and Gauteng are aware who is responsible for what. I request that the RED also clarify what is Region 6, which parts of Tshwane is Region 6, so that everybody is clear where they must go when they have challenges. Thank you very much. Honorable members, over to you to introduce yourself. We'll start from my left and then we'll move to the right. Thank you.
Tshwane, and thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Paulo Wamalema. I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Tshwane Region, and I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thabela, Libizwe ke Malesela Ledwaba, member ya Portfolio Committee. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Greg Schneeman, and I am a member of this Portfolio Committee. And if everybody attending could please wear their masks as well. Thanks.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Honorable Pinky Mngube. I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. There are apologies, so we'll talk to them. Can I request the department to introduce itself?
Good morning, honorable members of the committee, as well as Hoshi Kekana and the representatives from the Amandebele Nzunza Sukulumi community. My name is Jacqueline Obando, and I'm the director responsible for traditional affairs. Thank you.
Good day, Honorable Chair and honorable members, Magosi, and colleagues. My name is Sipo Tshwane from COGTA, MC's office.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to honorable members, the two royal families led by Hoshi Kekane from the other side. My name is Tafita David Mokwena from the Office of the HOD. Thank you very much.
You can press the... Oh.
Are you done, department? I thought you were going to do the apology for the acting HOD and the MEC.
Thank you very much once again, Honorable Chair. Yes, we do have an apology from the acting HOD who was here in the morning and he had to leave due to other commitments. And the MEC as well is also attending another engagement with the Premier. I think those are the apologies. Thank you very much.
City of Tshwane.
Morning, Chairperson, members of the committee, colleagues, and the royal houses. My name is Thabo Mokebe from the City of Tshwane Community and Social Development Services. Thank you.
Morning, Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, and the leadership from the different traditional houses, colleagues alike. My name is Billy, the same name is Sipuru. I am the regional head responsible for Region 6. I think most people associated with RED, so that is the Regional Executive Director. So, Chair, I don't know if you want to indicate the demarcation of Region 6 at this point, or at the point of doing your presentation?
At the point of presentation.
Okay, thanks.
Morning, Chair, all protocols observed. My name is Puti Mulodom from City of Tshwane. I'm the technical support for the regions. So I'm assisting the regional head in terms of technical services. Thanks.
Good morning, honorable members, colleagues, and everyone. My name is Lolo Mojala from the Office of the Speaker, City of Tshwane.
Is Lolo the last one from the team? Okay. One needs to request that from time to time I'll take the mic, the mask off, because it's not easy to speak for a very long time with a mask. So you'll pardon me. And then I think in the house we all have sanitizers. Please, let's just observe and make sure that we stick to the protocols. Also, it's an opportune time to maybe allow Kgoshi Kekana to greet us, and then we will get the team that is accompanying Kgoshi to also introduce themselves, and then we'll move to Amandebele Anzuza. I'm not disrespecting anyone, I'm just saying that because in the delegation of Amandebele Alebelo, Kgoshi Urona, Kgoshi Utlareta Kapili. I don't know whether protocol, yeah, but I think Kgoshi Arete Lepile introduce, and then the team will introduce itself. And then they will be followed by Amandebele Anzuza. And then if we have other stakeholders that are here, they'll also have to introduce themselves so that everybody is clear who is in this meeting. Thobela, Ntate Kekana, Nerere Dumedisa Setjhaba. We are also live on Facebook. Maybe gongwe ge le ka ntsha mask for 2 minutes so that batho ko gae ba kgone ho tseba hore Kgoshi ya Amandebele a lebelo ke mang, ba tsebe le sefatlhego sa gagwe. Ra leboga.
Re a locha ba moshate Thobela. My name is Nepito Bakale, in the office of Kgoshi KC Kekana. And let me take this opportunity to introduce His Excellency Kgoshi KC Kekana of Amandebele Balebelo, who will do a welcome to the house at this juncture. Thank you. Kgoshi, over to you.
No, thanks, Kiareboa, and good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee, the Chairperson, members of the royal family from the Lebelo and the Nzunzas, and the officials, members from the City of Tshwane, all protocol observed. Chairperson, I'm Khomotso Kekana, the senior traditional leader of Amandebele Balebelo in the Hammanskraal area. So I'm here. Unfortunately, I was not here yesterday, but I apologized for my absence yesterday. But today I'm here. I'm part of this because we are here as leaders to take whatever that is being discussed and agreed back to our communities, because we are not here on our own. We are here on behalf of our communities that we lead. With those few words, thank you.
Thank you very much. Ntate Thubakgale, ngwana phosho dira ga bolawe. The protocols are quite difficult. It's like doing civil engineering. Ke a leboga, and thank you very much for correcting me in how I was wanting to do it. Ntate Kekana wa mogetswe kgale re go mmisa man. When we engage communities in various, especially on the bills that we were doing public participation on, and I think yesterday, as a portfolio committee, we expressed ourselves of your absence in some of the public participation as Amandebele Balebelo, that you are sometimes absent, and we believe that your input is important. And I think some of the things we agreed that we are going to correct them moving forward from our side and ensure that we don't miss each other. You are welcome, Papa, and we are hopeful that we'll be able to help you steer the ship and ensure that the people of Amandebele Balebelo get the necessary services they need from both ourselves as the Gauteng Provincial Legislature and the Gauteng Provincial Government, as well as the city and yourself as the leadership of the Traditional Council. Thank you very much. Who is leading the introduction of the head of delegation of Amandebele Anzuza? I just learned protocol, and thanks to Ntate Tubakhan.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and ngithanda ukunilotshisa noke amalunga ahloniphekileko we-committee le esithathela phezulu khulu. Ngithanda ukulotshisa undaba ezitha u-KC Kekana neka khona nathi usijamele njengoba undaba ezitha umkhambi wesibili angekho wakwesokhulumi. I would like to thank the Portfolio Committee for inviting us and for acknowledging our absence and our apology yesterday. Undaba ezitha umkhambi Mahlangu is not here because of some of the traditional rituals that must be performed in preparation of initiation this year. So it's a major task that we are undertaking. So he renders his apology in that regard. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm with our Secretary of Council of the Traditional Council, Ubaba Emmanuel Nagedi. Thank you.
Sisithoba ngokukhulu, siyabonga, and thank you very much. We are learning the language, and we'll perfect it before the end of our term. And I know I attended one of your AGMs, and I promised that I'll learn so that I'm able to converse with yourselves in our languages. Honorable Malema, or Lilibetsu, we Jibisa or Lena Laboma, Letibiste Fella, Rulia Lena, Most Chabin, Sam and the Villan, Zuza Marala Levala, Lalibit.
Apologies for that. My name is Prince George Matlang. I'm sure I'm overwhelmed by this committee. But my name is Prince George Matlangu, and I'm representing Undaba ezitha umkhambi wesibili. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I took it for granted that they know you because you see, you are the most popular. We are going to, and maybe perhaps to clarify, it was going to be nice if we had the City of Tshwane Regional Executive Directors of Region 1 and Region 7, just as observers, because we are not here to deal with service delivery issues. But we are here to deal with the presentation we expect on Magosi is just housekeeping issues between COGTA and Magosi. But it was going to be nice if they are here just to observe. But I think in our next engagement, because our focus is on Region 6 and Region 1 on service delivery issues and on human settlement issues. So we will find a way of ensuring that as and when we engage with Magosi, the regional, what do they call you, Spur? The regional executive heads, we're no longer directors, are here so that whatever communities are faced with, they are aware of and they are able to streamline the issues. Amongst us also we have the councillor who's here in her capacity as a councillor but also as part of the traditional council of Amandebela Lebelo. I think we'll be doing injustice if we don't allow her to introduce herself. You'll pardon me, Babu. She's been elected as a councillor and we treat her as such, no matter whatever cap that she'll want to wear in this meeting. She's a public representative and some of the things we expect her to give us solutions to. So I'm going to request her, if Lantumela to her to introduce, because she can be a councillor, but she's still a subject of Ntate Keka. Ntate Tubakale, Lantumela. Okay. Councillor, please introduce yourself and introduce which ward are you from?
From Amandebela Lebelo, Hot 76, under Koshi Casey Kekana. Kitlele Wanabat Mamushate, and I'm part of the royal family. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. According to the program, we'll get the presentation from City of Tshwane on Region 6 issues, and then the next presentation will be on Magosi. I think also Magosi will have interest on this item. Who's the head of delegation between the two of you? It's Spur. Over to you, Ntate Spur. Where are your political leadership? Because we have not yet any apology. We are politicians, and we want politicians to own up to presentations you make to us because they can change anytime. Last week we were with MMC Da when we told him that he must prepare everyone that we are coming, and until March we are in Tshwane. Month end of March, so over to you, Ntate Spuru and Ntate Mokebe.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've requested Ntate Spuru if I can present first, and I would also like to extend the same request to you. My presentation would largely be around our temporary shelters subsequent to the flood situation in Region 6 and other regions of the city. And then subsequently, if you allow, Ntate Spuru would then present on Region 6. The reason of my request is that I've got an engagement that I must attend to at 1. I thought we would start earlier. So if you allow Chairperson and committee members, it's a short presentation, and then subsequently Mr. Sipuru will take us through the Region 6 presentation. Okay, thank you. Okay. And I would like to request to move my mask a bit because I struggle. Okay, thank you. Thank you once again, Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, the two royal families represented and colleagues. This is a presentation relating to the floods that we had over the weekend from the 4th of February, and subsequently what the city has done in terms of social relief. And the area of focus for the city is largely Region 6, and I think partly the RED, as and when he represents around Region 6, he will touch on some of the recovery plans that the city is putting into place. This is basically the table of contents on the presentation. And once again, just to reflect that on the 4th of February, we experienced very heavy rains across the city, and all our regions were affected. That is from Region 1 to Region 7. And at our JOG, because we are still having JOG sessions that we schedule on a daily basis. Yesterday, to date, the city has only recorded that 2 people passed away from the floods, one in Region 4 and the other one person, unfortunately, in Region 6, and their soul rest in peace. And as indicated, immediately when the disaster was identified on Friday night, our disaster management teams were on the ground and immediately implemented a disaster management plan. We have disaster management plans across 7 regions of the city, and as and when we have such situations, those plans are actually implemented. In the following regions, Region 1, 3, and 6, that's where, beyond having the flood situation, we also had people who were displaced by the floods. And we immediately started with our social relief efforts on the 5th of February 2022. And then this presentation will largely focus on that. As indicated, we established the regions that were heavily affected, particularly around people who were displaced. It was the Region 1, 3, and 6. And in Region 6, we established 2 temporary centers, one in Mamelodi Community Hall and the other one in Nel Mafias Community Hall. And so far, the numbers that we have recorded in Mamelodi, for instance, 100 beneficiaries were recorded, and we've put up the demographics in terms of 50 women, 30 children, and 20 males. And I must indicate that these numbers fluctuate because at times some of the people move away, they go back to their shacks, and then they come back, the numbers are high. So we are that's one of the challenges you will see as we go down that we are managing. And so far, the relief provided, we've managed to provide food for them, toiletries, mattresses, blankets. Because there are children also amongst the affected families, we provide nappies, sanitary pads. And from yesterday, we started with scholar transport. And then we also have our clinic or our primary health care section, also doing a random health screening. However, we are also looking at additional support from other spheres of government. As indicated, I think you might have seen it in the media, that especially when it comes to children, the need for school uniforms, personal document replacements like ID, because some of the people lost their belongings in the floods, and even clothes, because some of the people lost all their clothes. The second one, it's Nel Mafias Community Hall, as I've indicated. This was our biggest center. On Saturday night, we had about 700 people there. But since today, early in the morning, we recorded about 350. And these are the numbers. We have 180 females, 100 males, and 70 children. And then the provision is the same. And then yesterday at Nelmafias, we had a bit of a challenge with scholar transport, but that has been sorted out. Again, the issue of school uniform and all these things, but we've since escalated this to the Department of Education so that we can get support from them. And then in Region 3, we initially had 27 beneficiaries from Gomora, and this number has since dropped to 16 because the people have gone back to their places, and we are only left with 3 males, 9 children, and 4 females. And we are also providing the same support. And then the needs are also the same. In Hammanskraal, Mokgoba, Sebotoma, we've also had the initial number there was 17, but the number has since increased to 23. As I've indicated, that these numbers fluctuate, and we also provided the standard support in that regard. And it's important to mention that despite the fact that the city, through its food bank, has managed to provide the primary support, we've also had NGOs that have come in to offer support, Not In My Name, Hub, ShopRite, and even the Gauteng Disaster Management, Dr. Sithole and his team, they've also been very helpful. The Gauteng Social Development Department, they've also assisted with food parcels. And then we also have community members that would come in individually to just give support, whether in terms of food or even in terms of assisting with logistics, to house the displaced. Councillors, they've also been very helpful in assisting and leading the process, particularly in Nelmafias. I think that's where we saw a lot of active participation from councillors, and then obviously the departments from within the city. And then the current challenges that we are sitting with in relation to this whole process is obviously the timeline. How long are these shelters, are we going to keep them? And I think I will explain, I think the second bullet talks to relocation of affected families, because within the whole process, we also find ourselves with a situation where some of the affected families expect to be relocated to houses or a land, which is something that at this point has not been finalized or clarified. And this raises a potential that we might find ourselves in the same situation that we were in 2019, where we have these shelters operating for a prolonged period. And then the third bullet, resources, as I've indicated, I think we are in a very difficult economic climate as we speak, so our resources, our relief resources are becoming depleted, and it looks like it's not going to be sustainable to have the centers operating for a longer period. Therefore, it's important that decisions are taken as early as possible to avert a situation where we might not sustain these centers moving forward. COVID-19, I think, given the numbers, especially as they are fluctuating, to have a lot of people in one facility, that poses a huge COVID-19 risk, although we are trying our level best to mitigate that with face masks, sanitizers, which we did not have over the weekend, but we are actually receiving them and distributing to the different centers. Fluctuating number of beneficiaries, as I've indicated, it's difficult to plan or manage because one night you have about 300 people that will rock in, and then the following day they go, and then the next day they come back again. So it becomes a bit of a challenge to manage. And then lastly, you also have communities that are not affected, that are also seizing the opportunity to access food. They will come in and claim to be members of the affected communities and create some disruption in terms of accessing the food. I think the interventions that we are engaging as a city and is looking at the decision on the relocation of the families and obviously putting up a clear deadline for such a process, and then obviously mobilizing additional resources from province and national government. And then as indicated, we are having a jog. In fact, today we are supposed to be there at 12 which monitors the situation on a daily basis and implements interventions as and when required. And I think the RED will also talk about Region 6 in particular, but even our regional operating center, they are hard at work with a recovery program, because you would have seen in other areas, roads were affected, robots, infrastructure. So those are the things that the city is currently engaging on. I thank you, Chairperson. I will take in comments or questions when necessary. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open for questions by honorable members, and then, yeah, we'll take it from there. Honorable Malema, Honorable Schneeman, no. Member Ngube, no. Yeah. Was the president? Oh, you want to speak? Member Ledwaba? Okay. Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you once more. And with your indulgence, may I proceed with my mask off? Of course, with your permission. I think in essence, it will be precisely appropriate that we should begin by welcoming the presentation by the City of Tshwane from Region 6. The first question is in relation to the areas that were affected in your region. Are those areas including those that were previously affected and still waiting for relocation? If so, how many of those are affected again as well? And those that have been relocated, perhaps temporarily relocated to temporary shelters and so on, is there any contingency measure that seeks to address this problem or their problem on a permanent solution? Because you keep on relocating them, they will go back to the very same area, and the next thing they become victims again after another rain. You relocate them temporarily to the halls and take them back to the same area. So I need to check as to, in terms of your, I don't know if maybe that's what you are coining to be a recovery plan and so on. I just need to check as to, beyond that measure, that the temporary measures that you are taking, is there any proper process plan in place that seeks to address the problem at your disposal? That previously you had people who were affected by flood, they even call themselves Mamelodi flood victims, something like that, you see. And we met with some of them recently as a matter of interest, just for your information. And it seems as if the solution is still pending there, and hence my question to the effect that we have to establish as to whether they were affected as well, even this time around. That's the first question. With regards to the support received, I think you have made mention of a number of categories of people that would have assisted there. And you said, among others, it's community, you said community members. I need to check the role of business within the very same communities, because you would understand, I guess you would agree with me, that for businesses of today, they should not debate as to whether they have social responsibility towards their respective communities or not, but they should rather debate as to how are they going to fulfill such an important responsibility. So during these difficult times, I think it will be important that they should as well be roped in a way you would know your legal limitations in terms of processing that kind of a thing. We just need to check as to what was their role as well there. Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I think those are the two questions that I actually wanted to deposit.
Member Ncube?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. And thank you for the presentation. On Friday, we were told that probably by the beginning of the rainy seasons, those that were affected, whom we have termed them the Mamelodi floods victims and the others, you would have settled them. And with some, you offered to resettle them, I think close to 100 or so, and they refused. They said, we'll wait until all of us are being resettled. Like the first question that was saying, out of those that were affected, were part of the Mamelodi floods victim, do we have similar or a number of them being affected by the Friday, Saturday ones? And if so, on Friday, we also had someone who introduced herself as Umastand, meaning those that are in the low-lying area or in the flat-lying area. She owns that place. She said it proudly on Friday, which is a dangerous place. Are there any means or mechanism or plans from the city that will curtail people that choose the low-lying areas, the flat-lying areas, to so-called hijack and claim that area as his or hers, and then people come and pay, and she or he is a must-stand. That's an area, those people paying, but to stay in a dangerous area. And floods or any other things, either sinkhole or floods or whatever it is. And then when it happens, it's government that gets blamed. So in terms of stopping that practice of people owning the areas that are dangerous, because as what the chairperson said on Friday, that there's no time that we can say, now it's winter, we won't have floods. So maybe rain will soon stop, because maybe we might be approaching the winter season. But because of the global warming and any other factors that are affecting us, you may not say it will not snow now, but it will snow in June or May, because we have already also experienced snow in October or in November. So what are the mechanisms of stopping this practice? Is there any intention of doing that? And the capacity also to do that? Because it's a vicious circle that is happening. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. Let me also welcome the presentation. I just wanted to ask two questions. The first one is in relation to the relocation plan. Last week we were told about plot 415, 20, and 364 that were identified for the 2019 Mamelodi victims. And were made to understand their efforts and plans to come up with rudimentary services. And we were told that those people will be resettled not later than the end of October this year. An indication was made that there are already efforts in place to provide those rudimentary services. Then my question would be, is there a possibility that we can fast-track that process so that in the meantime some of the affected people could be temporarily relocated to those pieces of land, bearing in mind there is a process that was meant to address the 2019 Mamelodi victims. But I think I will then couple that with what Member Malema said about the people who are affected. Are we in any way, when you talk about 700 displaced people, are we having same people who were affected before, or these are new people altogether? I'm raising this clause because what we were told, if I'm not mistaken, is that these pieces of land are secured, and it's not that you are still going to buy or you don't have money for that. But if you were to give them temporary shelter in the meantime, that will go a long way. The second one is that when we engaged the department last week, Tshwane delegation, there was an issue of communication, which according to me was a thorny issue. When we engage and we make these presentations, is there a forum? I don't want to talk about JOG and these other operational centers. A forum that involves the community. Remember, we spoke to community leaders who by and large were complaining that they are not part of the process. With that experience, are we having a forum wherein we interface, engage not only different stakeholders, but particularly the leaders of the communities? I'm citing this because my organization, I think, is on record having tried to secure a meeting with the mayor to discuss the same issues. But I think if there was a platform that is established to engage other stakeholders, then it would be an appropriate forum to engage, even though they had other issues to engage the mayor on. I'm referring to this one. Lastly, taking it out of the two issues that I spoke of, there is a serious problem, Chair, in Ward 105 of the sewer. And apparently there is an issue of demarcation that is raised there, that there is an area that is either not in Mpumalanga, is in Mpumalanga or not in Gauteng. I just wanted them to touch base on that, just to get what is happening with that particular area in Ward 105 and around the sewer system. I know we're talking about Region 6, just for interest's sake. That's all for me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I forgot to make a disclaimer before you present City of Tshwane that honorable members will take an opportunity to ask any question. And in cases where you are unable to respond, you will say so, especially in issues that are not within your own scope of work within the city, so that, but they will take this opportunity to ask any question on behalf of the communities. But the last question of Member Ledwaba, I think we will deal with it after the presentation on Region 6 issues. Let's have Ntate Mukebe responding to some of the questions asked by members. Maybe as a question from myself, Thabo, the 700 displays that you have accommodated, have you conducted a means test? I'm raising this because according to the presentation we got last week, we have around there's a need of around 18,000 households in Tshwane. And now the 700 is affected. I think my question is linked to, is this the very same Mamelodi victims? Or is it a new grouping now that is going to add to the challenge? Because citywide, the challenge is 18,000. And the Mamelodi floods, I think they were around 1,000 or so, or 800. So are we talking same people, or is this a new edition? And in the presentation last week, there was somehow a dispute on check marking, that you didn't come to check mark us, and then the response was we came, and is this 700 part of the marked checks, so you know who's there? Or is it new informal settlement people that are affected? And if it's new, what measures have you put in place to conduct a means test so that we know how we handle the issues moving forward with the plans that are there? I think one of the issues we raised is that when MMC Tau committed that the Mamelodi flood victims' issues will be resolved before the rainy season. I think he emphasized before the rainy seasons. And is this portfolio committee that made him aware that rainy season in South Africa now is any time? And as if we were prophets, he actually, as if we were prophets, and it rained immediately after saying that to him. And with the plans that are in place, I think he also emphasized that there are plans, there's still a need for a resolution on this plan that Member Ledwaba spoke to. And he said, we are also wanting to explore whether we can take people to the north of Tshwane. And I'm wary of that because you are a city that doesn't consult its people. And it was revealed to us in that session we had on human settlement. So I'm just saying that as part of JOC, yes, you are here to present what is happening, what are the plans, and what are you doing to assist the current victims. But we need clarity, and I think maybe at the level of JOC, you are also discussing these issues, that what is the plan and how do we move forward, and how long are we going to keep people in these shelters, temporary shelters, because you have a tendency of even forgetting them. You can put them there for 2 years as the city. So how do we speedily resolve this, and what are the plans that you have put in place? And I think at the JOC level, because this is a joint operations, what is community safety doing to ensure that there's no land invasion? Because the challenge of land invasion brings us to this emergency. And surely we don't have funds to deal with the emergency, but we can prevent land invasion. Is there strategies there, commitment from the side of the city to ensure that some of these mishaps that are there are dealt with and are dealt with accordingly. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm going to request to remove the mask, Chairperson, again. Yeah. Thanks, Chairperson and members for the questions. And I think some of the questions I think we will note and the RED would respond to some because some of the questions relate to some of the operational issues at region level. And then obviously in the main, Chairperson, I think the first question and the last question before your question from, I think, Honorable Ngube, the issue of housing or relocation, I would not want to talk a lot on it because we are not directly dealing with it. Our Human Settlements Department, together with the provincial department, they have been dealing with the issue. But safe to say that there are engagements. We know there are committees and they are working on the relocation process. I would agree that because it frustrates us as we are managing the centers, the issue that we are raising in terms of the timelines. I would personally want it to be resolved ASAP because I would not want to keep people in these shelters because it's costing us a lot of money, and I don't think it's even proper for families to stay in a congested space for a very long time. So I would not necessarily want to say much around because we are not necessarily directly involved in that process, but it's a process that we are regularly raising it at JOC, that we need, that there should be an immediate intervention so that it helps us to be in a position to deal with the situation. I think the question that was also asked, the first one in terms of who, is it the same communities affected? And I think for Region 6, it's the Easter Fabric community. It's the same community that was affected in 2019. And in terms of the individuals, currently the data that we have not actually compared it with the one that Human Settlement has in terms of checking if whether these are the same people. But what we know is that it's the same community, it's the same area. So the likelihood is that, yes, you would have people who have been there in 2019. We've also noted that there are new people who are renting shacks from some of the people who were there in 2019. So I think with Human Settlement, they will verify the data because that was basically what they were dealing with. And then I think in Gomora, in Region 3, again, that's a community that we regularly have flooding there. It's also an issue around housing and maybe allocation of land. So it's also something that sort of happens, not for the first time. And then I think in Amanskral, Region 2, the problem there, I think as documented even yesterday at JOC, is largely the issues around stormwater system, that always whenever it rains, there is flooding, not only around informal settlements, but even in houses because of the sewer system that is not proper or not properly installed in certain instances. And I know the RED there was actually indicating that they are putting plans in place to try and deal with that permanent solution. Obviously, issues of budgets become the key issue in that regard. And then I think another question that was raised was around the support provided. There are businesses, I mean, in Mamelodi in particular, ShopRite has been very active. I think in the presentation we did mention that ShopRite has been very supportive with soup kitchens that they are bringing, especially in the morning. And but I do agree that we haven't seen other big businesses that are within the community coming through. Largely, the number organizations that have been in the forefront has been NGOs, as I've indicated. But ShopRite is one of the businesses that has been very active from day one. What we have done as a city also was to centralize through JOC any form of support, because we are also avoiding a situation where aid or support only goes to one area, but rather have it in one area so that you can distribute according to the need, as opposed to, because currently what has been happening, a lot of aid or support has been going to Nel Mafias, especially with communities from Pretoria East and some of the churches. Nel Mafias is the closest. So we are also trying to encourage that these resources get shared across other regions where there is not sufficient aid. And then I think in terms of the issue of engagements and participation or stakeholder liaison, I think as a city we do have those institutionalized public participation platforms. I think through our IDP there are engagements, and I know even in the at the regional level there are structures that REDs will establish. In this instance, I know RED Sepuru, even with these floods, that they've established a war room where they involve community leaders and key stakeholders to update and try and identify solutions to any other issues that are brought forth. But I think we will agree that public consultation it can always be improved. And I think we can acknowledge that maybe in certain instances as a city we might have not communicated as expected. But I think it's a continuous improvement in terms of engaging. But there are efforts in that regard. And I think at a political level, I would not speak on behalf of my principals, but rather focus on the institutionalized public participation processes that we have. So I think I will pause there. The issues around the sewer and the demarcation, I think the RED will cover, particularly for Region 6, in terms of the communities that are there as per the demarcation of the region. And then also cover other issues relating to bylaw enforcement, because I think there was a question raised in terms of what are we doing to prevent this situation where people are occupying areas, especially flood lines and whatever. And I think the RED, because all the regions have got all these plans, the disaster management plans and whatever, and then he can actually share that within his presentation. I thank you, Chairperson.
Just as a follow-up, how soon can we get a report on the means test that I strongly believe you should conduct on the 700 that you are housing? I'll tell you why I say we need that. And I think you've got capacity to do it, because during COVID you did it. When you were housing the homeless, you could link the centers where you were housing the homeless with different government services to be given to the individuals that were there. And from where I'm sitting, if this is the same community coming from the previous Mamelodi floods, there's a need for us and for you as a city and as government to zoom into who is this person and what kind of services does this person need. I do not believe that a person will put their lives in danger, because I want an RDP house. But then also there are naughty elements that have registered in the previous teams and are no longer in those shacks and have rented out the shacks. And You know, when there's rent, people pay money to someone else. So we need to know who's getting money out of this crisis that we say it's a crisis as government, you see? And whether the individuals in those shacks are qualifying for free services. Because we get into emergencies and want to prioritize them and leave the needy who are law-abiding citizens outside this. I tell you now, our interest is to get them shelter as politicians on this table. But then, who are we getting shelter? Because we are leaving Kuku Masemula, who applied for a house in 1998. Because Kuku Masemula is law-abiding, not forcing herself and not occupying anyway. This process now overtakes her because this is an emergency. So I'm interested in the report, the results of who is there. And I think currently in the country we have systems in place that can be able to tell us who's there. I think we need to get it because the next thing, you are unable to relocate them properly. They are there for 3 years with all these challenges, and only to find that when we are to then say, okay, give them an RDP house immediately before Kukuma Semola, because this is an immediate. An individual has a house back in Polokwane, has benefited in the system. And now, as government, we look like we are not a caring municipality. We are keeping people in shelters for that long. We are not even giving them food and providing services, only to find that this is the person that we should not be really worried about, because this individual have access to an income of some sort. So I'm just saying, I think primary to planning, Mr. Spoor, is to do a thorough means test. And I think our interest is in the results, so that we know who to push and how to push them on the basis of the emergency we are faced with. Because there are those of us who believe that there are people who are abusing our vulnerability as the poor. There are people who are genuinely in those shacks. There are people who are in those shacks because of business. And another interest we have, are these South Africans? And if we have foreign nationals, are we engaging the United Nations to also assist? Because we are strained resource-wise and understanding the financial situation in the city. I don't think you'll be able to meet some of the needs that are there. So we need to ensure that when we go and help you knock in different doors, we know who are we knocking for. Yes, we have seen, we've been to the shelters, we see people, but it's quite difficult for me to ask a person a personal question, or Marozwagai, who are you? Are you working, you know? And what are you qualifying for in this government? Because we need to also service the needy, and then we need to understand whether really we have the needy in amongst the 700, and then how do we process them? Because I think from where I'm sitting, the reason we are still sitting with the problem of Mamelodi flood victims is that we didn't do that scientific research and start linking people properly to government services they need. And we clap all of them and say, it's the Mamelodi flood victims, they need houses, they need this. And then amongst them, there are students who must go to universities or who are going to universities, but because of expensive accommodation, student accommodation, they'll stay in a shack. Instead of registering that person for an RDP house and for a free stand, we should be communicating with the university to give us a bed for this student. So I'm just saying, we need a thorough analysis of who is there and how do we categorize them and then move. Because there are those who say, we are unable to speak to our needs because this is a collective thing. I don't mind going to stay in Hammanskraal, for instance. If the city wants to give me space, a stand in Hammanskraal, I will agree to it. But Chairperson, the difficulty is, once I start saying, Naki available ya Hammanskraal, I'm seen as Lugundwan. Sell out, we are in this together, we want land in Mooiplaats, because they promised us land in the east of Pretoria. So the needs varies, you know, and vulnerable to this situation is the women who are genuinely wanting space for their own kids. And now because it's a collective thing of Ntate Mamang or a young person called Billy Spuru, she's afraid to even say, "Na le gele ka mpha setsha ko Hammanskraal, nka itsamaela ka ditonna ko." You see? So I am suggesting that the city needs to do thorough analysis. Let's attend to agent issues. Let's also prioritize women and children because they're not safe in a wall. Anything can happen to them. We have seen people being killed like flies in the city of Tshwane. We don't want to find women and children caught up in that situation. There's also, not only in Tshwane, there's also a challenge, just a war, a silent war by individuals, and can impact because these things, unfortunately, you know, these challenges are seen as business opportunities for some, you know, and I think we need that. Maybe perhaps clarify how soon can we get it. I know your department was at the center of the shelters that were given to homeless people during the hard lockdown, and you could quickly, you know, classify them and categorize them on the needs they need and all these things. I think we need that now. We need a different approach. We don't need the 2019 approach. It has not worked. It's not working for us. Even on Friday, the presentation by the MMC and the team as narration. It's not practical because it's not scientific. It's not dealing with issue by issue. You are just clubbing everyone and believing that throwing money to this problem will solve the problem. Let's be scientific. Let's address issue by issue. You know, treat these communities as individuals because, yes, I'm part of the collective that is affected, but our challenges are different. It's possible I have access to an income from my father, which is 1.5, but it's not enough to get a room in Mamelodi to can rent, and that's why I saw it fit for me to go there. So I'm just worried about the blanket approach as if we have the money to solve the challenges. You know, how soon can we get that report so that Lorona on our side as public reps, we play our role. If it comes to a push, we prioritize these victims over others. It must be on the basis of a report of who is this person we are prioritizing. And why would we want to prioritize Kidiboni Diale before Kuku Alfina Masemola, who applied in 1996? I know I'm asking difficult questions. Maybe some of them you don't have power to respond to, but I'm just saying in job services, because everyone is there, let's raise this thing and then maybe agree that in 2 weeks' time you give us that report so that we try to engage human settlement on some of the needs that are there, you know. I vouch to ensure that the vulnerable, which is elderly women, must be prioritized more than anyone else. Thank you. Maybe if you can respond, if you feel there's a need to respond and comment, and then we will release you and get to the presentation on Region 6. Member Schneeman wants to say something before.
No, thanks, Chairperson. I just wanted to check something. I know it was indicated that in the next presentation, I think it is, there will be something on the issue of bylaw enforcement. But maybe we can just get clarity, because it was indicated that some of the victims or some of those affected by these floods over the weekend were part of the group that was affected by floods. I think it was in 2019, the Mamelodi floods. So the question would be, is it because they have moved back into an area where they shouldn't be staying? Or is it because, as we seemed to pick up last week, the process is very slow in bringing to finality the relief efforts for those who were affected by floods back in about 2019? Just wanted to get an understanding. Why are they affected again? Secondly, when you come to the issue of bylaw enforcement, we know the flood lines in all low-lying areas. We know what the flood lines are, whether it's 50-year, 100-year, etc. The flood line that would have been breached this particular time, this last weekend, was that higher than the last lot of floods? Maybe we could just get an indication of that. But over and above that, I don't think it's enough just to say that we've told people they mustn't stay there. Are we doing continuous and sufficient monitoring of flood lines in communities? Because at some stage we have to say, you know, what we're doing is not working, because people still keep going back there. I know there's other complexities behind it. I know there are other things that are going on, and we know that. But we also have to, at some stage, say, hang on, we can't keep on being put in the same situation where we must run around responding to something that could have been avoided by ensuring there's rigorous monitoring, compliance with bylaws, and where people, so that on an ongoing basis, where people move in, we move them out, so we don't have these situations. My last question, Chair, if I may, it's probably a broader question, but I just want to raise the issue. I mean, one of the areas that I've noticed also always gets hit by floods is Centurion. Huge flooding there. And in fact, I was in that area over the weekend, and there were a lot of roads that were affected around there. Why is that? Is it purely because it's a low-lying area, or is there something else? Is it perhaps stormwater drainage not being cleared, all that type of thing? Because every year you watch that, I think it used to be the hotel at Centurion Mall area around there, and you watch the water running under there, you watch cars being washed away, and even this weekend again. Are there any lessons that have been learned from some of the previous floods? And there was 2019, I remember, very bad flooding. Are there lessons that we could have learned and things that we could have done to try and mitigate the severity of floods? Or is it something that we just put our hands up and say, hey, there's nothing we can do about it? Thanks, Chair.
Can I just add a little thing or not here, Sat?
Okay.
Yeah, the addition is that there's a lake there. Maybe it's the overflow of the lake or the water storm damage, but I also know that at the underground of the mall, that's where also this water comes. Maybe it comes from the lake as and when it rains heavily. So what should be done? What are the engineers saying? Whose responsibility to either close that road? I know there are houses also to close that road, which is nice to pass there and to see the lake. But there is danger because others, maybe they saw that there is water, but they got there and found that it was a sea, it's no longer a road. Thank you.
Basebukhosini, do you have questions that you want to make or comments on this situation? Khoshikegana?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I heard on the presentation my brother saying they are thinking of taking the victims there to the north So can he be specific? Where is the north? Can he specify where is the north? You cannot just say the north. Where is the north?
Thank you very much, Ndate Kekana. Mama at the back, please introduce your name, Mama, because we didn't get you introduce yourselves.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Lungi Tobejani, and then I'm from Hammanskral. So I've got a question because I hear here they are talking about the transport for the children to go to school. But in our center there, in our hall, in Sibutuma, we didn't get that transport. Even today, I even call them to ask for the transport, but we didn't get the transport. I don't know if they can give me a clarification. Thank you.
Go na le o mongwe o nyakang go botsa potso or make a comment? Ntate Mokebe o tlo tsamaya, so if you don't do it, forever hold your peace. Okay. Mahlangu, then Ledwaba, then Councillor Kekana.
No, thank you, Chairperson. I think mine is just a comment, just reiterating or maybe saying that it would have been perhaps prudent to have the regional head of Region 7 in our case, because I'm sure with these unprecedented rains, we have major issues, particularly in the village with the roads. The roads are really bad. So I was just making it as a general comment that it would have been prudent or would have been great so that we can have perhaps a direct response in that regard. I know something is being done, but I think there is a need to also deal with some of the issues in our region. Thank you.
Chair, when I asked about the other role players, it was because you said you have established a joke, meaning that all role players are part of that process. Therefore, you can account on their behalf in terms of the report. Be that as it may, Chair, I just wanted to bring this dimension. Last we were told there were 618 people who were relocated to this post. I can't remember the exact place. And my worry is that it is very difficult for the officials to keep record as to who is affected, who is displaced. Because you know what they do, Chair? We are told of 700 that are in a community. 3 months down the line, we will be left with 10 people. If there is an opportunity to relocate those 700 people, they will relocate people who were not the victims. That is how officials work. That is why they never keep record. You will be told that those people are relocated to Moy Plus or something like that. But you go there, you will find people that were not even victims, that are not known, that are not in the system, that are beneficiaries. It is deliberate that they don't keep record, so that in the process they are able to benefit. And that is what they always do. Like even now, if you can ask them about the last people that were affected, how many were relocated, who are these people? Take the original list, compare with the people who are beneficiaries. You will never get anything. Even now, if these 700 people, they know 3 months down the line, they won't be there. But that is how the system works. That is how officials benefit. Thank you.
Now, as a councillor, I'm concerned because these people who are enjoy this thing, great food parcels, matras, you know, the same people who are affected. But what you see to by Soko, Skirlek, by Soko, Suruman, Hoshi, Mushata Saleva, by Sabatuko, Sati, ya Surumane ko Ward 8. But ba bang ba tloga ba ilo nna ko the same place. Yona e tsamayang ke metsi ko teng. So re le problem ya hore nna ne kopa fela hore it's a pity a re di Mnguni ha teng mo. O ka re those people can be ba tseba batho ba affected, ba tlose, ba fe di-10. Because since pula ena go tshoge nna bo shwa ke robale. They phoned me and this thing has been happening for more than 20 years. Yeah, this floods. Ka December, ka 27, I think ke enjoy my festive season. Ile taba ya metsi gape. Ke le 2 months ke le a councillor. But people will grill you and say metsi a re tsanela a irang bang fu ntse ba itse hore a tla metsi a boa. Ba relocate ba tloga ba boela gape hona ko. So can't re identify those affected families. Then from there ba tlosiwe re kopela moshate or mo ba ka be because people ba invadile land ya rena. A go sane di plague. Batho ba rekisa a gone mo batho ba ka pliswa mo teng. But at least those affected families, especially mo ko Lepimville mo section ya Selemela. Those people ba metsi a tsena go tla go di window tsa bona. A tsena right ka mo hare finisher is damaged. Bana a ba sekolo ke mathata. So ne ke re fela these people because this thing in he pula ena ntho ya thoma ba boela hape go dintlong. Ba kolomaka metsi a hema. From there ba thoma hape ba boela. A gone ka mo go government ka thusang ka teng. Especially city of Tshwane because at least ba tlile ba tlo bona go tlile a team ya infrastructure ba tsamaya le a re di Mnguni go atla Tau councillor Tau action SMMC le Peggy di brain ba di bo ba bone. So can't they just come and rescue this ba thuse batho ba move because that's the only solution. And let's storm water see you because pula yona re thoma hape o panic hape. It's a problem. Ke a leboga.
Maybe last if, and as part of when JOC closes its report, your IGR function must start working. We are in the capital city. There are properties owned by various departments of government that are invaded by illegal immigrants when South Africans don't have shelter. And those are many in Tshwane. We've got public works properties and various departments and institutions that are here, be it of higher learning or research institutions, as well as SOEs. There's Transnet houses that are invaded by illegal immigrants. And South Africans don't have shelter. And it's in your city, you know. And I think maybe, okay, as part of disaster management, we need to converse on this because the truth of the matter, your human settlement will not be able to continue providing housing, especially with these emergencies. But we have temporary shelters in the form of these entities and government departments, properties, that we can temporarily allocate people, especially the people who are discussing. It's people looking for economic opportunities. Not necessarily these are needy, because a lot of them are still economically active. So their status can change any minute. If, you know, and we've got properties in the city, owned by Transnet, owned by Public Works, the flats owned by government. And that's where we must go and motivate that. How about we get a fund to refurbish and ensure that they become temporary or transit focal points. You come into Tshwane, you go rent cheaper in a particular flat, and then you are in transit 2-3 years, you are out and somebody else comes in, instead of people having to be putting their lives in danger and stay in these flat lines and servitudes. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to happen. And we must start thinking outside the box, because it can't be that in 2022 we still want to solve the problems the way Nelson Mandela used to solve them. It's not onke umuntu ufuna ukudla, you know. There are people who just need space, and I think we need to start engaging other government entities on some of the properties they own, especially universities, and make sure that also universities, and make sure that we deal with the challenge comprehensively. So those are the ideas, and maybe we need a conversation on disaster management, David, in the whole of Gauteng. You know, what are the plans of different municipalities on this aspect? It's not only Tshwane affected, but everybody else is affected, and we seem to be reactive when these people are experts and they can predict what might happen in future. So let's get everybody to do work according to their skills and not just sit comfortably in offices and wait for a crisis. I think some of people employed are employed because they are experts in the field and they can predict what will happen when and how should government respond. So Mokebe, your last parting shots so that we can be able to move and allow you to go to other engagements. I see we have chowed almost 30 minutes from your time of leaving this place.
Yeah. No, thanks, Chair. We have to account. So I was busy on WhatsApp trying to push my meeting a bit. I think, Chair, on the issue of the needs, what we are doing, we do document. Like I said, currently our focus, particularly in terms of the scope of our department, it was largely from a social relief. So we do document those people, we look at their needs, and hence we can establish in terms of their immediate relief needs, including school transport. We arrange all those things. But I think the issue that relates to housing or human settlement, that's what we encourage them to come, and whilst these people are at the centers, for human settlement to do that, because they already have a database. Unfortunately, as indicated in my initial response, we are not responsible for that. But the data for the people that we are accommodating, it's there. One thing that I can share in terms of the experience, even the data that we are taking, because we have to have a profile of the people that are in our facilities, including their medical condition, because sometimes you have people who are on chronic, they don't have medication, so you must arrange with health to replace their medication because it might have been swept by the floods. Is that you also do have people who don't want to divulge their information. And in most cases, it's for obvious reasons. Some of them, you note that probably they are undocumented foreigners, and they don't want to be sort of, they have a fear that they might be deported or whatever. So hence, we try to make our process not to be as interrogative so that we can provide the immediate support. Because once we go deeper, some of them start withdrawing a bit with information. But hence ours is largely from a social point of view, just to get the profile, their medical condition and whatever, so that we can provide that social relief. But I take note, I would not want to commit to a deadline because, as I've said, it's not within our scope, but we will engage the group head for human settlements, indicate that there is this request from the portfolio committee, and if that request can be forwarded, I think we will take note of that. And then I think the issue was, I was talking about the profile. We were not aware with Amanskral that transport is needed, because as and when we do the needs analysis, we get that information. Remember, in certain areas, the reason why we move people to facilities that are closer to where we are staying is to mitigate some of these issues, that we do have instances where people have been moved. There's no need for transport because kids can still walk to nearby schools. So I will check it after the meeting with the social worker that is deployed there as to why there's no transport if it is needed. And then I think the other issues relating to the Centurion Lake and whatever, I think I'm going to request the RED, because I know the city broadly within regions, there's quite a number of interventions, including sinkholes, that they are busy with. Unfortunately, it's out of my scope, so I would not want to mislead the committee and talk about something that I'm not responsible in that regard. And I think there was also the issue about where are these people relocated, where in the north. And I think, Chairperson, you mentioned the north in your response, and I think probably the King might have then took it from your response. At this stage, I would not know where people will be relocated, and hence, as far as I'm aware, I don't know even whether it's the north or the south or the east in that regard. Normally, even if there is a place identified, normally that place we are not easily told, especially if we are not dealing with the project, for obvious reasons that if that information is leaked, then there are those that are advanced who will go and occupy that space. So I'm not aware of such a place. And then I think I'm going to request my RET, because I think the other issues relate largely to the repetitive issues. I think the one is on bylaws, and the second one is why are these things, like in Centurion, and I think even the Honorable Nube was talking about it, that why in Centurion we have this repetitive flooding, and then I think if we can't respond, we'll take note. And for instance, there is a Centurion Lake rehabilitation program. I'm not qualified to speak about it, but I know I've seen it at Exco being presented. So there is something that the city is doing in that regard. So I think, Chairperson, I will pause there, and then I hope I have responded to all the questions, and I would allow the RED maybe to add in areas where he will have information. Thank you.
Okay, no, thanks, Thabo and Chair, with your indulgence. And I'll take a cue from your earlier statement that considering that some of the issues fall within the ambit of different departments in the city, I will touch on issues that I've got information on. So the bulk of the issue, for obvious reasons, over and above the immediate relief problems, are sustainable human settlement interventions. And I'm sure the colleagues from housing would have spoken to some of those things. Just to touch on two, and it's the point that the chair was making about, because land invasion also represents some degree of queue jumping and so on. So part of the problem, because I was quite involved, at least in 2019, that is after, so post-2019, in the new rearrangement of the structure, the whole value chain of human settlement is now dealt with by the department, which I was non-Tochip, led by MMC, that we are now responsible for. So we play a more supporting role than actively involved. Chair, I think Thabo is just confirming if he's allowed to leave at this point. Oh, yes. Yes. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Yeah. So that is the first thing.
So thank you very much, Thabo. And I think to jog and everybody who sits there is the portfolio committee will want a comprehensive report on strategies to deal with this challenge and the crisis you are managing. Thank you.
And part of the difficulties was that at the time, the city had more than 200 informal settlements. And if I talk directly to Region 6, we had just over 50 going to 60, because also a moving target. The oldest informal settlement in Region 6 is the Mafia Extension 11, which is way over 20 years of age. And there are still people who are not properly settled or formally settled, even the majority are, and have been beneficiaries of different government programs, be it RDP houses, be it the formalization program to get permanent stands. But you still have a fraction of people who are still not properly allocated. You have transit cap 1 and 2, and I think the chair is quite correct that sometimes people transit for 20 years. So there are those challenges. Then part of the problem was that a lot of the people who are affected by the floods and it will be the problem even now. They are settled in relatively very new informal settlement. People of East Fabric settled there post-2016. People in Willow Farm, people in all other informal settlement were largely settled there during 5 years ago, 4 years ago, and whatever the case is. That has a huge dynamic because one of the things you need to balance is how to address historic informal settlement challenges of old informal settlement, if you like, and versus people who are recently informal settlement, because that dynamism is quite real. One of the things we had to deal with post-2019, and part of the difficulties at the time, and I'm not sure if the MMC and the team would have spoken to this when they were here, was also during the time when the city was under administration. And I'm trying to go back to the whole discussion about public consultation and during the issues of COVID. So one of the things we had to do at that time was to establish committee sessions in all affected areas. And we had a lot of meetings, nothing in less than excess of 20 meetings to try to engage. And at the first instant, we could not even sit in one room with people from old informal settlement and new informal settlement, if you like, because of the level of tension, which is something we had to resolve over time. And I was saying to someone, in fact, the first day we relocated people from the church, people of Nkanda informal settlement came to our offices and burned tires. So we've been here for 15 years. Those people have been here for 4 years. Without going into the politics a lot, that then the commitment made at the time was that there will be relocation of a number of people. And I think the number of 600 and 570 that the chair was speaking about was phase one. So that was categorized into 3 phases. Phase one, which included what we, at least in our view at the time, had agreed that there are people who need immediate relief. So there are people who are living in the halls, people are living in the church. There are people who have invaded where projects must happen. K69 road project, part of its delays is because there are people who are settled on the road reserve and a few other areas that have been identified. And those people were relocated in their number was 570 as part of phase 1A of that particular relocation plan. And maybe, Chair, to deal with the point that you're making, I think is quite accurate to say, part of the other thing we need to also deal with is to make sure that people don't double benefit. So whether a person is a flood victim or they are sitting on the road reserve or anything else, as long as on the system they've benefited from one program of government or the other, can't benefit again, irrespective of the circumstances. So if a person previously was a beneficiary of an RDP house or he received a STEN or any subsidy of government, national subsidy indicates that you can't benefit twice. So there's no subsidy for one person that can go out twice. So the weak point previously was that when we did relocation, some of the thorough assessment were not done. When the person has a house in Seshego, an RDP house, but when we give land in Tshwane, they double benefit. So there are mechanisms in place to say, at least before we finalize, they go to national and province to be vetted, to confirm that people who are giving stands to are not benefiting for the second time. So that is being done. There could have been errors when we earlier started formalization, give people stands, that there could have been some of those particular loopholes. The other reality is the allocation of or availability of houses were not moving at the speed that is desirable for many reasons that I'm sure you are well conversant with. In Mamelodi, the latest people that have received RDP houses are people who were in the list. Remember, the oldest people are from 96, 97, 98. And with a very small fraction of people who applied for houses in 1999. By the way, if you look at the numbers, 1999 has the highest number of people that ever applied for RDP houses in this country than any other years. So sitting here, there is no one unless they fall within a special category, because there are special categories that X percentage of e-development must accommodate people with disability and all other special categories. There is no one who's outside 1999 or post-99 application who will probably have an RDP house. So when we did the STEM allocation of stands, we had to take all these things into account and make sure that how best do we make sure that in the total number of people being allocated, we accommodate these other categories. And there are 3 categories we have to look at. There are people who argue that I've lived in Mamelodi my whole life, and I live in my mother's backyard. I choose not to invade land. And because I'm living in my mother's backyard, therefore I'll never benefit from a government program unless getting a house. There are people who live in old hostels. there are people who are in the database. So if you look at the numbers when you're populating them, how then do we make sure that all these other categories are also accommodated when we allocate stands? There's a person who says, I'm waiting for a house, but if you give me a land, I'm more than happy. So that is how we have dealt with it in opposed to 2017. In terms of the plans, at least as far as the plans are concerned. So to say there is a fraction of people who are immediately desperate. They are living in churches. Those people lived in a church for in an excess more than 12 months. And whatever the case, remember that's all over media and in the halls. So they form part of what, at least in our view, constituted relocation phase 1A, which sit within the 570. And the second category is, depending on the land availability, was the second group of people that had to do all these other categories. And we had to make sure that, and people who lived in old informal settlement are also accommodated. And we are faced with the same dynamic again now. To say, people of Mamelodi will say, we are waiting for you to relocate the flood victim before us. So these are part of the dynamics that have to be managed, is to make sure that we don't do, and like the chair is saying, we don't manage the beneficiary arrangement like we did in 96, and say first come, first serve, those who are in the highest in the list, but to say there are all these categories of people who need permanent housing. How do you make sure you assist them? Because there's also a thing that people deliberately invade in fairly dangerous area, and I'm using the word quote unquote, because I don't think people can deliberately just endanger their lives. It could be a function of challenges of socioeconomic challenges. People invade land where there is going to be a road construction, whatever the case is, because they know that come relocation time, they then become number one on the list, in the exclusion of people who have been in the list for long. In terms of, and this is my last point, in terms of the check marking and the list of beneficiaries, those are well documented. So if tomorrow you ask the City of Tshwane to give you a list of 570 people who are relocated from the churches, I don't think there will be difficulty in that particular process. Like I said, I might be speaking about the process of 2019 and the post years after that, because it's when we were very directly involved in that particular process. It was an extremely very consultative process. And I'm seeing the difficulty, Chair, on how we had to manage consultation at that time. It was also because during the biggest period then was during the administration time, there were no councillors. So we had to find ways to establish committees in different, all affected areas from both old and new informal settlement. Fortunately, just on the eve before we finalized the relocation is when the councillors were back and there was a mayor and so on. And even the councillors were taken into confidence throughout that particular process. So those are the dynamics, lot of the difficulties we find ourselves in when we're dealing with the issues of settlements and permanent settlements. Because if you don't manage this well, there's a potential to create a lot of problems between what I call the two different categories of, or many categories of people who need to be resettled. So there are people in the hostels who say, we now want a place to stay. There are people in the backyard dwellers who said, I can't invade land, or should I invade land for me to be recognized? And the answer is no. Then how do you accommodate in their current arrangements? And there are people who are in the need register. Say, I've waited for 30 years. If you give me land, I'm more than okay. But there ought to be a transparent process to make sure that those people get that. And just the last confirmation is that to make sure there's no double dipping, before the list is finalized, it's normally double checked to make sure that Billy or whoever is not the person who benefited before. Then the last issue about the criminality, you're quite correct. And the view we hold is that the dynamics of informal settlement have changed from what they are post-1994 and now. Previously, individuals used to invade land because they were in need of a place to stay and stay as close as possible to work opportunities. Right now, there are business people who do shack farming, who go invade on behalf of people, get people to settle and pay rent to them. And I guess this is an issue that is being dealt with by the law enforcement agencies, including Metro Police and so on. And I do agree, lastly, that there is a need for a greater aggressive preventative method for people to invade land. While parallel to that, we make sure that we expedite some of the process to do land release and so on. So that is the long and short of what I know, and some of the processes we've definitely been involved in. The Centurion Lake, if you allow, the gentleman sitting next to me, Tatemoloto, he worked for our head office, so I know that is very closely involved with the rehabilitation of the Centurion Lake. So with your intelligence, Chair, you can maybe speak to that.
Hey, Nkanyiswa. We committed that we'll eat lunch on time. How I wish those in programming of the legislature can be part of these sessions, just for them to see how we don't have enough time to interrogate and ensure that we do a purposeful oversight. So we will break for lunch, come back, get the presentation after Moloto has spoken, and then we will deal with the other issues. I think the Region 6 issues that Mr. Spuru is going to present, we are going to give you 30 minutes to make your presentations, and then we'll interact with it. And then we'll deal with the issues of Magosi. I think the discussions are beneficial and the point is taken. It's just at this time we're focusing on Region 6, so we are coming to other regions and focus on them. So this is just a follow-up and trying to ensure that there's feedback on the work that we did in the last year. Molot, take us 3 minutes in responding to the Centurion Lake issues. And then when we come back from lunch, we'll break for 45 minutes. Is it fair? We'll break for 45 minutes, so it means we will come back. If we leave here at 1:30, we'll come back at 2:15. Over to you, Moloto.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I don't even think we'll take 3 minutes. Now, the issue at the lake, the main thing is that what has been the problem at the lake is the upstream, because the lake is sitting downstream, and where I'm residing at, among them, Ekurhuleni and Joburg, we are having a problem where the silt, the debris and everything, the chemical deposits that are coming from the companies upstream, they all come through the whole stream down into the lake. But what we have done as an interim, there is a two-part. One of them is that the whole lake, the redesigning of the whole lake, which is a sort of like a CAPEX project, is something that the city currently, we have appointed consultants. They are looking at the redesign of how the lake can be shaped, maybe to a mirror image in the Bruma Lake. That is a wish. However, to make sure that currently we are dealing with two things. One of them is that there was a lot of unbearable smell at the lake that was obviously caused by the water that, there was not a proper flow of water, and then the water was stuck sort of like in the lake. And then what we have done is that we have embarked on a program since September the previous year. It is a program that started the other years, but we aggressively started to be aggressive on the program from September last year. What we are doing is that we are busy with the desiltation process. So in simple terms, we are dredging the lake. We are taking out the sand, the mud, and the silt that has been coming up from upstream. We are anticipating that we are sitting with about 90,000 meter cube, of the sand. And we must just also understand it is not a static, sort of like a value, because as and when it rained like now, there was quite a number of sand that also got deposited into the lake. So by the end of last month, when we did the presentation to the mayoral committee, we have already taken out about 70,000 cube. And we have passed through a number of rains. December and all the other rains, we have passed through them. The water flow was very good. The smell was gone. However, we had the floods that we had this past week. We are not as lucky as we were with the other flash floods that we received. And the only things that we are going to continue, there was an island that was left, and then we feel that it could have contributed to the water not running as fast as it would have imagined. And then part of the continuing process now of the interim solution is to go and dredge along that northern side of the island so that we can further improve the flow of water. However, it goes two ways. Is that while there is a concentration on the lake and the bridges that are on the south and north of of them, downstream as well, where the water flows to, is a problem. And upstream, that is why, what the city have done now, they've put in a team together that is going to look at IGR issues, because we need a real interaction between ourselves and the city of, the two cities, city of Tshwane, city of Ekurhuleni and city of Joburg, so that we can see how best can we clean the rivers and also upstream to make sure that we protect the lake. So in summary, that is what we are doing currently. And like I said, we have been very successful in the flash floods that we had now, which was not the case in the past. And then even now with this rain, the hotel was not heavily, it was flooded, but it was not as severe as the other floods that we had in particular in 2019. So we believe that the program that we are embarking on now is yielding results. And if we were to finish it off, like I said, we estimated that we had about 90,000 cubic meter, and then we have done about 70, give or take the new one that has arrived. But we believe that in about a space of 2 months, we would have done with the island that I spoke about on the northern side of the lake, to be able to now really improve the speed of water so that it doesn't stay there. And the smell is gone. So there's a lot of positives that we can share. However, a positive that is shared when we are just coming back from a flooding weekend, it might look like we are just praising ourselves. However, the hotel also confirmed the level of flood that they received now was, in the absence of a better word, it was a minor flood if you compare it with what we experienced in 2019. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Moloto. I think you are live on Facebook, so the response will tell us whether what you just presented is the truth. But I think more than anything, perhaps David, ourselves and the city need to go into that community of Centurion, just to make sure that there's understanding on how far are things, what is it that the city is doing, because the city seems not communicating to its constituents. I think we should find time just to do that public participation work with the communities around that area, just for Bomoloto to clarify and present the plans. Let's break for lunch. We're not doing very well on our social media platform, and these are important issues. We are requesting you share the links so that your community then hears you, Mr. Spoor. Because they claim that you guys are not communicating. And that's why they come to us to seek for answers. Your doors are closed, are forever closed. So thank you very much. Let's break for lunch. We'll come back at 2:15. We must be on time so that we are able to push. We're hoping that we'll finish at 5 o'clock. So if you had other engagement, please make everybody aware that you'll only be released after 5. It's only the Khoshi that can decide to leave. Thank you very much. Let's go for lunch.
Okay. Thanks, Chairperson, and afternoon again to the meeting. Maybe just a quick disclaimer, like I would have said earlier that there was no very specific brief that we received on what we must speak about, just a service delivery. So in our collective wisdom, we thought it might be beneficial if we just share what is it, what are these functions that are performed by regions, so that as and when different constituencies visit our offices, they know what is it that they can be offered. It suffices to say that the city service delivery model is what we call a region-based service delivery model. So we have got 7 regions. I am responsible for region 7, this is region 6, which is the second biggest region after region 1. Regions are exclusively responsible for maintenance and repair of municipal infrastructure. So our department is called ROC, ROC. regional operation and coordination. So we maintain roads infrastructure, we maintain water infrastructure, we maintain electricity infrastructure, and we maintain all public facilities, community halls and so on, and we'll list them in the presentation. All right, I was just waiting for the slides to start appearing on the screen. So that is what regions constitute Region 6, like I've already indicated that. So the figures in terms of population size and the number of households are based on the 2011 stats. And I'm sure after this year, when the stat is updated, we should be able to give updated figures. So we accommodate about 619 total population, just over 300,000 households. We have 24 wards. The wards are listed there. I don't want to waste a lot of time in reading them one by one. And the demographics of the populations in the region is white-colored. The greatest population is Africans, followed by white-colored Indian and Asian people. We also are home to Ward 43, which is yes, the rest. That is so you can see the number of colored community being a bit higher, but are also responsible for the eastern suburbs. So it also gives confirmation why we've got such a huge white population. The driving economic companies households will reflect on that and the critical economic nodes. And if my memories serve me right, Chair, if I remember correctly, in terms of unemployment rate, we had the second lowest unemployment rate in Region 6 after Region 4. And in slide 3, you'll see what are some of these contributing factors. Just for interest, I will not read this. This is just in details exactly which areas fall within which wards. There are wards that fall within more than one region. Ward 43 is one of them. We share it with Region 5. Ward 93 of Councillor Rabasutu. The Mahube Valley section, some of them fall within Region 7, as well as Ward 17, Stoffel Park, we share those areas. But with the recent demarcation building up to the last year local government elections, we're also finalizing just for constituency purposes, for councillors and all interested to know, especially on the wards that are shared, which areas are supplied. And the last one, there is what you call cross-service. Like in East Lane. East Lane sits in Region 5, but the entire electricity infrastructure is maintained by Region 6. So there are those small internal arrangements based on proximity. So those are some of the things we'll put down. We are finalizing the discussion with Speaker's Office just to go through wards demarcation, and we'll issue a communique just on the areas where we share boundaries, where a ward is serviced by more than one region, because that is where we get a lot of complaints that I've raised it to the RD of Region 5. He says it's Region 6, and sometimes a person take a day or two without getting proper services because of that confusion. So we're ironing those issues out. So the list is there. The key strategic spatial nodes in Region 6 are listed there. Just for the interest of the meeting, maybe I'll highlight two, which is bullet number 3 from the bottom. The Fort SEZ is 100% located in the region, which should play a significant role in terms of job opportunities and boosting the city's economy. The mainland main park also sit in there. The biggest factories include the N4 Gateway and the Waterloo Industrial Community. So it indicates the earlier question when I said, do I also a home, second lowest number of unemployed people after Region 4 because of this high concentration. And we do have an industrial focus intervention in terms of service delivery to make sure that these areas receive a significant priority, because lack of constant and reliable service in these communities might result, the results might be devastating. Here we just share with you the infrastructure that we are responsible for. I did indicate earlier that we are responsible for water and road infrastructure. This just indicate what are the size of the infrastructure we are responsible for. So about 1,700 kilometers of water, sewer the same. I did indicate, and I'll just be flopping up and down, I did indicate that we're also responsible for community services, and that is about just 120 of those, and our electricity infrastructure with about 13 kVA substations and 33 satellite, 132 rather, it's not 13, it's 132, and 33 satellite substations. In terms of amenities, we've got 6 official council-owned cemeteries that we are responsible for. In the east will be Hidali, not substation, Hidali Cemetery, which is of the 6, only 2 are active. So when you say active, it means you can take up new burials in those facilities. And that is only in Pretoria East on Gasfontein Road, and the Hidali, just next to the Hidali substation. The remainder of the 4, we either do reburials or are burying people who have booked space a while back. That is Easterres, Mamelodi East, and Mamelodi West. And normally we get a lot of conflict in this. Persons, I live in Easterres. Someone has passed on, I want to bury in Easterres because I live in Easterres. But because of those limitations, they have to use cemeteries that are open, or unless if they are willing to bury one person on top of the other on an existing grave, which is quite a normal culture in a lot of the areas that we service in Region 6. 9 libraries, and they are community cemeteries. So these are not proclaimed council cemeteries. You've got more of this in Region 2 and Region 1 in terms of community cemeteries. And we're trying to find collaboration with communities in how best we assist in some instances. 9 libraries, 1 ITC centers, 64 facilities, 5 swimming pools. They are listed in which area they are based in. Then the regional overview on infrastructure. Again, I will not read this also in details in the interest of time, because this will also be made available. The waste management services that we are providing, included beyond the weekly waste collection that we do for the 570 townships. We also do 9,000 daily business collections. For household, we do weekly collections, and for businesses, most of them, especially for food waste, restaurants, malls, we do daily collections. I did indicate earlier that a significant proportion of informal settlement in the city sit in Region 1, 2, and Region 6. The number was 22, and I'm sure, like I said, it's a bit of a moving target. So the number would have overly increased. 39 waste management trucks for servicing. Those who live in the region will have known that in the past year or so, there were a lot of problems with waste collections all over the news because of the contract-related issues. And I'm sure we can say here with confidence that that is an issue of the past. There is a proper restoration of waste management services across the different. How we service informal settlements, and some of the informal settlements, because they are very difficult to enter into based in terms of roads. We provide plastic bags once for a week, because we do a weekly collection, and they are collected on that interval. All informal settlement, they know their day of collection, just like all other formal households. So I just thought I'd highlight that, because there was a point where almost at a crisis level in terms of the waste management collection services. Included in that is also the clearing of illegal dumping in the different areas. And one of the policies we've introduced, the city has now adopted an adopt a spot policy, where community members, NGOs, and other interested parties can identify a vacant piece of land where they can adopt it for very specific purposes, including gardening and other services. That has helped us a lot in the past to deal with illegal connections. This is just the regional structure to indicate. So that is the regional head. We have a director responsible for electricity, water and sewer, roads, transport, and community services. These are just the key indication in terms of under each of the functions, what is it that exactly that we do. And with the indulgence of the chair, I will not read them one by one. I will pick maybe on 1 or 2. In electricity, we are largely responsible for public lighting. So lights being on and off is one of our key responsibilities. That includes both street lights and high mast lights. You know that most of the informal settlement and other areas are largely powered by high mast light. We are also responsible for maintenance of the electricity infrastructure. And Tatemolodo is an engineer, is one of the guys who assist us a lot in that business. So power disruptions are also attended with by ourselves. Emergency maintenance repair, plant maintenance, including replacement of oil circuit, without boring you with the details. So that is part of the work we do. One of the difficult areas that we also is a shared responsibility is the removal of illegal connections cables. We know that is one of the biggest problems in terms of our electricity loss. Contract implementation management and repair and vandalism of substations. We are also suffering a lot from issues around vandalism of municipal electricity infrastructure. For water and sanitation, we are responsible to manage and operate maintenance of water and wastewater collection infrastructure, manage operational maintenance of distribution of infrastructure. So the whole water network system is managed by us in the regions. That which the department is managing is the reservoirs. Actually today we've got reports as of yesterday that most of our reservoirs are running empty because of the main supply pipe from rainwater has been affected by electricity, but it is an issue that ESCOM is working on. So a lot of the areas in Region 3 and 6 have been suffering from low water pressure and other issues. Then I continue with the water and sanitation. The entire value chain again of the sewer blockages in municipal infrastructure were also responsible. We do periodic maintenance of sewer pump station and placement of missing manholes covers. With manhole covers, especially everywhere, we struggle with this a lot. So that is why in our new tendering process, we're looking at material that are not vulnerable, that don't have scrap value. So these days, anything you put that is still, you are likely going to find it the next day. So there are different technologies we are beginning to look into to have manhole covers that are not steel and are not concrete, because even in concrete there is some degree of steel and those get stolen quite a lot. Roads and stormwater infrastructure. I've already indicated the kilometers who are responsible for the repair of potholes and traffic signs. So we love rain, but when it rains a lot, we also know that we're going to have a lot of problems of potholes. Road marking and signals, repairing and unblocking of stormwater drainages, re-graveling. We still have areas that don't have tarred roads. In Mamelodi, the greater part of the far east of Mamelodi has ungraveled roads. Ward 17, Ward 10, Ward 93, 96 of Councillor Mohalusi. The greater portion of those areas. We also do some degree of services in the informal settlement in terms of road regraveling to make sure that there is proper access to those communities. Strip sweeping, repair and replacement of caps and so on. So those are some of the services we apply under that. Function responsibility in community services. All sporting facilities, community halls, swimming pools are also a key responsibility of the city, and need to make sure that those facilities are also available for the use of communities. I've already mentioned the issue of administration around the libraries. Those are all the facilities that we are responsible for. This is the function now that fully sit with the human settlement. So part of the work include informal settlement management, hostel, rental units administration, housing need register to administer that process, as well as, so the informal settlement management includes check marking registration. So this is the function that sit now with the Department of Housing, which we normally assist in terms of administration. Like I said, with cemeteries, general maintenance, which include grass cutting, sweeping of internal roads within the facility, grave digging, booking and reservation of graves, administration processes of tombstone erection, and contract implementation. For Region 6, we don't have any crematorium in Region 6. So the only crematorium the city has is the one in Region 3, so we don't manage that facilities. The key areas of concern and major challenges, and I don't think this is necessarily unique to the city of Tshwane, and is one of our biggest problems is an age infrastructure, particularly of water, electricity, and roads, not being able to meet the current demands. So the number of people that move into urban spaces, cities in particular, far surpasses our capacity in terms of resources. If anything is to go by, State SA tells us that in 2011, that in excess of 10,000 people move into the city of Tshwane and Joburg respectively every month. Cumulatively, that is 120 people. But the numbers also says a substantive amount of those people are not economically active. So where do they settle? They settle in formal settlement and everywhere else. And in fact, do consume municipal services. But while there is no new money that comes in through those particular numbers. So we need to continue to manage to stretch the rent, if you like. Age staff complement, I was saying to someone, it's as if there was a year where a particular group age joined the city. There's no single day that goes by we don't sign off people who are going on retirement. In a week, in excess of 10, 15, and obviously the institution is not able to recruit at that particular pace. And we need to meet the demands. Inadequate budgets, I think the city's financial challenges are no secrets, are well documented and well known on what the fiscal difficulties are without going into that a lot. Another phenomena that is also quite aggressive is the idea of theft and vandalism of municipal infrastructure. If PRASA is anything to go by in terms of their rail infrastructure, our electricity network and. So those are some of the things that continues to undermine our ability to provide undisrupted services. Just on, as a side note, just on Saturday, at the N4 Gateway Park, there are people who drove in, their power was out because of load shedding, literally removed the mini-sub, loaded it into a truck in a closed industrial complex. It's only one of the securities when they pick up, it was a funny activity. And fortunately, most of us were around that area because of the floods issues. And there were police were called and so on. This was 12 o'clock midday. The sun was out. So these are some of the things that have creating us a lot of problems. Illegal connections, land invasion, and so on. Regulation of informal traders. Those are some of the issues that we need to work better to make sure that are formalized and so on. I think we've already spoken to the issue around the age infrastructure. So we maintain in the region 1,876 kilometers of water infrastructure. And in our view, 20% of that infrastructure is old asbestos pipe. Bulk of it, you'll find it in the oldest townships. Yes, the rest is one of them. The Silverton areas and Merrifield area. There's no single day you go by without having to repair a pipe burst in that particular area. So there is a program by the city of replacement of old asbestos pipes. We need in excess of nothing less than 4 billion to replace the entire old water infrastructure. All of us sitting here know that in one financial year or even in 5, it's not possible to get that. So you would have heard the mayor on record also indicating that they are looking at different mechanism and funding mechanism to get other interested role players on board to make sure that we're able to deal with this. Because the problem of poor water infrastructure has multiple dimensions. It's on record that the city loses nothing less than 100 million kiloliters of water per financial year. That has huge financial implication in terms of the city's fiscus. So it's necessary that we do look at critical mechanism and invest in ensuring that we upgrade our water infrastructure. It had multiple benefits. The first benefit, one, is that it increases the reliability of water supply to end consumers, whether it's business, residential, or whatever. But secondly, it also begins to improve the city's financial resources, because losing of water is literally losing of money. The same thing goes to electricity infrastructure. So I always say to people, if your meter is not running, we are not getting revenue. So load shedding and other power disruptions, it's important, it's in our interest that we resolve those so that not only we improve supply of services, but also improve the city's financial status. These are just some of the programs that the city has undertaken in the previous financial years. We thought we can just highlight them to mitigate against water losses and replacement of old water infrastructure. These are some of the activities budgeted for this financial year. I know that tomorrow there is a budget COGTA session to prepare for the budget adjustment. Some of the areas in Mamelodi Extension 18, Mamelodi Extension 11, those are the biggest being Mamelodi Extension 11, which is the project that should come to, it was a multi-financial year project which should be coming to an end. The idea is to increase water supply provision in the east of Mamelodi, because the old water infrastructure, if you drive on Solmatlangu on the right, Mamelodi has grown 4-fold than what it was 10 years ago. So it's necessary that there's a greater investment in services. So the project number 1, we're running the 4th year now. The first 2 years of this project was to make sure that we install a huge water pipe. If you are driving Solmatlangu, all the way up until the BP garage on the left-hand side, you can see that is a whole construction site for this pipe, so that we install a big bulk water infrastructure. In the outer financial year, next year, in the other financial year, we'll start with the reticulation plants. Now it's water into the taps. The first main beneficiary will be Mamelodi Extension 11. And I've managed, and I think I spoke to the significance earlier when I was answering questions, that Mamelodi Extension 11 is the oldest informal settlement in Region 6, which were also in the final tail of formalizing the last portion of it. So not only formalization, but they should also be getting reliable water supply. Extension 18, that is another project to replace the old pipe with the new. So this is a total overhaul of their network. So I just picked up on just some few examples that we could have added in the presentation. So this is just part of the intervention. I'm just indicating in the different financial years, which has the money that we invested and which were the areas that were the biggest beneficiaries. Then the strategic focus area, like I said, is to try and improve on the planned and unplanned maintenance of our infrastructure so that we improve the lifespan. One of the things that disrupts that, I was asking someone the other day that if we put there was a protest by Extension 8 communities about a mini-sub that is disrupted. That was vandalized. A mini-sub's lifespan is nothing less than 20 years. But in a lot of the areas in the east, if you are lucky, if it will stay there for 2 years. Because communities operate our equipment, they illegally connect them. We've got in excess of more than 200. It's not possible we can have security officers taking care of each of those facilities. So the idea to improve on planned maintenance is key for us. It has been undermined in the past financial years because of the huge financial constraint. Then the temptation is natural that you attend to power outages as they occur, and there is less proactive maintenance to maintain the lifespan of our infrastructure. Strengthening of oversight, I think, is an issue that was raised. The seat also adopted an approach of a regional councillors forum, which sit every month, chaired by MMC deployed to regions, which all councillors in that jurisdiction called a region are members of. Myself as the regional head do a presentation, and on the request of councillors, we also make presentation on any other issue. So I think that strengthens a constituency discussion. Implementation of a shift system in the city to reduce overtime dependence. I'll rush through the rest. And that brings to the end of the presentation. Like I said, because of no detailed brief, so what we thought might be helpful is just to share what is it that we perform as service. So this will be replicated to all the 7 regions in terms of what are the key service delivery issues, because the model is the same. Then the departments are responsible for creation of new assets. So if they build a substation, when they are done, they hand it over to us. We then run its maintenance. It goes for all other infrastructure, roads, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sipuru. Honorable members and communities that are here, let's engage the presentation by Mr. Sipuru. Member Ledwaba, don't you want to break the ice? Yeah, eh? You don't want to break the ice. You don't want to be the first one. Member Schneeman? Okay. Ndate?
Honorable Chairperson, Mr. Spuru, I heard on one of your slides, it was a clause on title deeds. That on title deeds, how do you work on them? The problem is, in our case, we have serious problems with City of Tshwane, where about 9 land portions which fall within our jurisdiction. We found they were usurped by Tshwane. They've got title deeds, and no consultation was made with the landowner, who's us, and we have got restitution on that, as we are in there's a process of settlement of our claim in that regard. That we were shocked, we were surprised. How did they get it right, this guys, City of Tshwane, to issue title deeds on certain land parcels which are within our jurisdiction? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ntate Thubakgale. I think RD, remember the disclaimer. We'll ask you anything and everything, and you'll have to package it. But I think we are going to region, Mabopane Winterfeld Haranko is region 1, region 2. Okay, we are going to region 1 next week, so we are not doing region 2. But we'll appreciate if you get the answers. And through the Speaker's office, I think you can be able to reach the Tribal Council, but also through COGTA, Gauteng, will also prefer to be CC'd on that response. Honorable members, any other thing? Member Ncube?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. I just want to find out in your region that because the land, some of the land belongs to the municipality, to say, do you have service stands as promised by the Premier, and municipalities have to advise in terms of this area is zoned for service stands? Thank you.
Okay, maybe, okay, Member Ledola?
Chair, why I was reluctant to speak is like, every time there's a problem, it's land invasion. I mean, aging infrastructure, land invasion. No bulk services, land invasion. So that is why I'm saying I'm reluctant. It's like every problem that is there is attributed to land invasion. It can't be correct. That we have got aging infrastructure in our own ways.
Speak to the mic, the team.
The
team wants to record. You can move it to the where you're comfortable.
Okay, let me just close, Chair. 1,876 1,876 kilometers of water pipes. I'm interested in knowing as to how much was inherited from the previous dispensation, wherein it led us to sit at 1,876. I'm saying this because by the look of things is that we have not expanded this network of infrastructure in our own areas. We are still talking about the apartheid spatial plan that contributed largely on this. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm saying this because, as I did indicate, that there are informal settlements or there are townships that are there without any bulk infrastructure. And when you look at an area like Mamelodi, it is not expanding. It's just so small to the extent that even if you were to give it a benefit of a doubt and say maybe 500 was during the new dispensation, it is just impossible. Like the one that we were talking about, did you say extension 11? That area is very small. When you talk about kilometers, you are not actually talking about anything. But of course, the costs are extraordinary. But I'm just trying to find out, just share with us. I'm just doing this as an example, just to get a sense as to whether we're talking about the infrastructure in the townships vis-a-vis the old infrastructure in the suburban areas. Thanks.
Any questions? Bahama Shangu?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to talk to the precincts that you have, in particular, the one that I know of very well, the Solomon Mahlangu precinct. We normally have a big commemoration every year, and we always find it in a state that is not as great. So I think when he talks to the maintenance aspect of these precincts, it's important. I think at one point, Solomon lost his ball that he was carrying. I think it has been replaced now. But I'm saying this, it's a significant square in Mamelodi as you enter Deneboom, and therefore it requires proper maintenance, notwithstanding the budgetary constraints that he cited, but just as part of maintenance, proper maintenance that is required. The Mamelodi West Cemetery, again, it's one of the areas we always end up going to the cemetery, and just becomes a challenge just to get through the cemetery. And again, I'm just citing a maintenance issue there to say these are just a couple of things that I experience every year when we commemorate these events. Thank you, Chair.
Ntate Tshwane.
Ke a leboga, Chairperson. Engwe be ke rata ho e tlhagiša. During the December festive floods of 2019, we have a dam at the Majani, at our home place, where is the head office of our traditional jurisdiction. It's next to Moshate. That dam burst open. A very huge chunk of the catchment area of the dam fell off. And then ever since, we ran throughout, we were requested to make a historical background, come up with it, and then in actual fact what happened, and then can we have a plan to draw up a plan, what do we expect government to assist us with. We did that. I had to package it, and we ran around even with Koshi. We were called up to even water and sanitation around Sidibeng to go and make a presentation. We were taken from pillar to post regarding that. Finally, we were referred to disaster management in Tshwane. It was during the period, you know, the whole guard of Tshwane was changing from mayor, who was there? About, I think, 3 mayors along the way. And we made presentations several times. We even invited them to our Mshate. We even took them to the dam. That dam, it's so significant. It formed the epicenter of our ecosystem. You'll realize in our traditional jurisdiction, there is subsistence, our cows, our livestock was actually benefiting from that dam. The entire fauna and flora was washed out. We have got behind the dam a very beautiful valley, which with our plan was to create our own heritage village, which we made propositions right up to 2010 and were accepted with our traditional tribal resolution, and we were promised funding as far as also even fencing the entire area over there. Now, the problem is that even up to date, there is water coming upstream from villages far up, as far as even Easteres over there, new Easteres, not to confuse it with the old one. Yes, we have a place called Bumatwe Fontaine, Suruman, would have water. All our stormwater drainage systems are in shutters, and they were all draining into the very same dam. And from the dam, it would channel the water to its land loose. We don't have water in our dam. We are promised even Defense Department that soldiers will come and repair and so on. We even realized government is not ready to assist us in any way. We have been trying to knock even on private sector to say, can we have people who can have some interest, but it's not for, you know, money generating purposes, because by nature we are like an NPO. We don't have money to reimburse you in the event you come and fix that dam. Now we are saying, can you please assist us, regional executive head, how do we go about so that we can be assisted? Even up to now, it's lying, all the water that has rained throughout just flew out. And now new species have emerged. There are certain shrubs which are inside our dam, and even land invasion has even, crept into the very dam. Behind what you call the catchment area, there's a sprawling, settlement over there. We go to it, we try to clear up the place. They would come back because there are unscrupulous politicians who go and erect such a settlement and promising our own people. That area, there is no way it's a disaster area on its own because people cannot live behind our dam. Now, we would, through you, Chair, really request assistance in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Ntate Tobakala. I think you would know that RED is RED of Region 6, but he sits also in the city's management meetings, and I think on some of the issues you are raising, he'll be able to raise it on your behalf and follow up on our behalf to make sure. And opportunities seen by unscrupulous individuals, and as a city, you are acknowledging that challenge. Do we have a strategy to deal with this? And if yes, what is the strategy? Last year or year before last, in the far east of Mamelodi, Memaladaba even made a joke that, this strategy, I think that the Chipu was presenting that the city now has hired a private security to guard land. And so there's no interest to get the water problem in Hammanskraal resolved because there are those who are benefiting by ensuring that people get water. Is there a strategy on the land parcels that are there that we know can be invaded? I think for now we have experience that as long as it's an open space, people occupy. Do you have a strategy on that? And if yes, please share it with us, especially in the east of Pretoria. Secondly, we have a challenge of cable theft throughout the city. This week they focus in the east of the city, and next week they go to the north, the other week they go to the south. What are we doing about that? It looks like it's a syndicate. Have you made advances in that regard? Is there anyone who's arrested? What is happening? Who's stealing the cables? And I think it's not unique to Tshwane, it's a countrywide challenge. And what is the city's plan? I know I think it's a dialogue for all of us. And how do we categorize this as a serious criminal offense? Because once electricity goes off, there's people who are dependent on it to live, and some might die. Public facilities in the eastern suburbs of Pretoria. We seem to, because the demographics continue to change, and we seem to focus more on our previously disadvantaged areas and forgetting that the demographics are changing and have changed. I'm raising this because there's a view that your address can tell us your economic status. And we are having a lot of kids born in this household, and both parents die of COVID, and they were already on pension and used their money to buy a house in Pretoria East. And now these kids are indigent. But because their address says Waterkloof, someone believes It's not true that in Waterkloof you'll find an indigent individual. So is the city planning or engaging those communities in order to ensure that there's public facilities? There's only one clinic in the whole of Pretoria. The public schools that are there can only accommodate a few. Whereas public schools that are in Pretoria East are Afrikaans medium schools. I know it's not within your mandate, education is not within your mandate as a, because of COVID, all races, communities there are affected. The only thing we see being built is private schools that are quite expensive, and the people generally, they are no longer affording, especially with COVID challenges. Everybody is challenged. But then looking at, because in your presentation also you didn't present to us on the impact of COVID on your revenue collection as Region 6. Is it broken down into regions or is just a citywide? So that we're speaking of where people are able to pay their services, or, has COVID impacted badly on yourselves in that regard? The road infrastructure and maintenance general, especially on routes that lead to schools, it's no longer accommodating the number of people that are there. Like, what is it that you are trying to prioritize to ensure that at least the people of Tshwane receive services? Lastly, is the interaction on Bronkhorstspruit and Solomon Mahlangu, Khoya ko Madlangi, ako Mamelodi. There's a lot of lawlessness there. A lot of lawlessness. People with trucks, vans that has Madlangi from the suburbs of Pretoria east to Madlangi, is it Hidali? There's people who's the end, if we were to check IDs, is illegal immigrants. When the car stops at the robots, they come in and take out everything. And sometimes Metro Police is just sitting there watching them, Then you get a lot of trash and rubbish on the street and will remain there for the better half of the day and no one removes it and creates a lot of traffic and unnecessary accidents. What is the region doing with it? Because this is a... On the issue of Madlangi, I know I'm hijacking you. In Soshanguve, around Block Gigi, just in front of Ntate Father Mukashwa School of something. Ke Madlangi. Asetse ale ka mogare ga motse. It's smelly. You can't eat when you... So the question is, kids will be sick and everybody else there. And is that area, the Gigi, go Soshanguve, is the elderly, is an old township. So a lot of people there are on retirement and are very old. They stay with their grandchildren. It's smelly, hwank. You won't tolerate the smell. And I think the city needs to look into it and find a way of how do we relocate Madlangi, because already, but like Mamelodi, Soshanguve grew towards the north, and then Madlangi akamagare ga motse. So I think we need to do something about that. I know you are dealing with Region 6, but please highlight it like you would highlight the issues of Hammanskraal, because it impacts badly on the health of people. Or maybe I should wait for human settlement, but it's in your region. We were told that there's a plot being bought just behind Letabo. A developer appointed. What is the story? How far are we with ensuring that there's development? I don't know whether it falls under the plots that you were talking about. but we have an impression that there's a developer. What is happening? What is holding everything that has to do with that development? Because I think it will help you alleviate your landlocked challenges as a region, but also as a city. Yeah, so those are my questions. I know some of the issues you are dependent on the province and the provincial departments. We are also requesting you to highlight to us the departments that you are dependent on, especially at the provincial level, that are not playing their role as you expect them to. Let me cite an example. Departments of Roads Infrastructure, K54. 69 or 54. Yes. There's no progress. And I think raise it with us to say there's roads infrastructure in the province is doing this, so that we get to also assist the city and the region and people of Mamelodi on fast-tracking some of these things, because we can't have K54 and K69 not finished and how many years later? It's a long time. So your presentation is also not talking to that. I suggest that you take an opportunity that we are here as a portfolio committee of the provincial legislature, and then just highlight, because amongst us, we have the chair of roads infrastructure, but he is a member of COGTA, so that we help you as a city, but also as people of Mamelodi, to fast track some of these things and make sure that people who are responsible also take their role of servicing the people of Mamelodi serious. So those are the things that I wanted to raise in that order.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Just one question on the aging, let me say aging pipes, maybe. Far back, before we could see challenges in the Val, there was that we acknowledge the aging of the pipes for water, and the reality caught up with us. Mrafong, the same thing until there was no water. So the question is for the city and the department, whether they have an answer today. However, I will ask it. On Saturday, if not Sunday, on Saturday, I was watching KZN, and they were talking about the role of the province on the bulk infrastructure. Say, we will do ABCD in the municipality Z, we will install bulk infrastructure in municipality A. So how are your conversations in terms of assisting and or the plan together of municipalities, whether it's a metro or whatever, but because Tshwane is metro, to say, do you ever engage or just cite this challenge with the department? Also the department, if they can also respond on what I'm asking. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. I think you raised it before I put my hand up, but it's the issue of the K54 and K69. Firstly, we have been told that by Roads and Transport that they're not getting much assistance from Tshwane on this matter. It relates to the relocation of residents who either, since the road stopped, have encroached further onto the road. But in essence, in the main, it's the need to relocate families from the road reserve, from the area where the road's supposed to go. And as I say, we we've been told in the Committee on Roads and Transport that there isn't sufficient help from Tshwane. I'm not saying that's correct. It's something we may have been told. But I think it involves human settlements, certainly in the city. I don't think in the province. I might be wrong. But that road is apparently, once it's complete, we've been led to believe it will have a major impact on the economy of the area. There's a huge bridge that's standing incomplete. So it's quite an important road. And it involves government money and taxpayers' money. But right now, that whole road has just come to a standstill. So it would be useful if through the committee, we could be advised as to what are the impediments and what is the plan to deal with residents who are either in the road reserve or in areas where the road can't be built any further. And how can the Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality work with the Provincial Department of Roads and Transport to get that road completed? I think that's really the point that I'm referencing as to what can be done to speed that up. Thanks, Chair.
Anyone? Member Sipuru? Mr. Sipuru?
Yeah, with the size of the question, you might as well. Okay, no, thanks. DH, I'm sure will find a way. And maybe just the first point I want to make, put the statement, but it suffices to say, at least in my consideration on what are the problems that confront the local state, especially in the sub-Saharan Africa. So it's not unique to us. So I don't think there is an attempt to overburden the problems with informality or informal settlements. It's nothing unique to us because that is a natural consequences of globalization and urbanization. So there are huge numbers of people that are moving into cities. In our own document of the NDP, we make quite significant projections on what the numbers will look like in 2030 and in the years to come. And that which we sit with today is going to become even a bigger problem. And the understanding is that urbanization should be viewed in a fairly positive manner because it should largely propel development and economic development and so on. And there are these teething problems that we then have to grapple with in terms of the numbers that come in and the infrastructure we have. I don't have the exact number in terms, I'll have to do some calculation to say of the 1,600, which is an underestimated number, because that's some of the work that we have done. But it then suffices to say all new townships in Region 6, which are quite substantive, which will largely be in the east of Mamelodi, all of them, their water and electricity infrastructure will be part of the new project because there would have not been infrastructure in those areas before those settlements were created. I can talk about before 2016, there was no Nelmafias Extension 21, 22, there was no Pinasport, there was no Mamelodi Extension 11, the new extension, and many others that were only formalized and posed in the democratic dispensation, including the whole new of whatever other development that would have came after. So I'm supposed to answer the question in figures. So I'm saying I don't have the figures, Chair. It's an arithmetics we'll have to do and make some deductions. But I'm just trying to qualify a point that says all new settlements that would have been created in the most recent years, their infrastructure would have been relatively new. I do agree as a principal point that the investment in bulk infrastructure, water bulk infrastructure, sewer bulk infrastructure, roads bulk infrastructure, Chair, as we talk about it, have not matched the demand as we know them. And part of the problem is a funding problem because one of the things we must balance out, and I guess that is one of the difficulties that the budget Lekgotla tomorrow is trying to resolve, is to take a decision. You can't have it both ways. Are we re-emphasizing our attitude towards new infrastructure, or do we reinvest more money to save existing infrastructure? Half the time we don't have money to do both because of the physical headspace. And in our case, that is the definite reality. And I know for sure that in tomorrow's budget, that is going to be the discussion, that in the next 2 years, what do we do? Do we build new roads or do we rehabilitate existing infrastructure? Because we just don't have the funding model to meet both. Of course, they are answering the last question, is that there are mechanism and engagement with different investors to say, how do we get money from private parties or other interested parties over and above the fiscus to be able to mitigate against some of these things, including the participants of big companies in bulk infrastructure. For an example, with the Fort SEZ, the new power station, the new substation we're building on Alvin Road, and a few other bulk infrastructure, there is the contributor of the developer. If you are driving from Simon Solomon Matlangu driving into Lenwood Road, that whole new expansion of the road is the developer of is the contribution of the Grove Mall developer, and so on. So it's also to begin to look what type of arrangements to go into as we approve developments in the city, and what become the role of these big developers in terms of part of the bulk infrastructure, and so on. Because we're not able to meet both. If you look at the numbers from National Treasury in terms of the amount of money in percentage who must invest in maintenance of those infrastructure versus the capital assets value, in no category we meet the requirements. Actually, in some we're sitting 0.1, what's supposed to be 6. So I'm saying those are some of the challenges that the political leadership need to make decisions on, to say we're either going this way or the other way. Same goes to the issue of the schools. The demands are both sides. The existing schools are collapsing because they have not public schools. The old ones are not, they can't hold the numbers anymore, but they are also significantly very old. But in Mamelodi East, they want the school now because there's a new settlement. They want the new clinic. So it goes back to what we were saying, Chair, that in the eastern suburbs, which are fairly old suburbs and not growing, some of them, there's still one clinic. We're building a clinic now in Lusaka because there's no clinic. Once you cross the road to the other side, you pass Stanzabo Papi, after Stanzabo Papi 2, there's no longer a health facility to provide that. There's no single police station in that particular constituency after you leave Mamelodi East police station. So I'm saying those are some of the difficulties in terms of what do you invest in what. Public infrastructure, I think there was a specific mention, especially of the square. We take in greatest regard the significance of that which the square and other amenities represent. We have been approached, it's now official, by an NGO called South Africa Day. You might be familiar with it. They're doing some work in Alexandra. It's a private entity that seeks to attract private sponsors to do cleanup in different townships and rehabilitation. So the city has been officially around Solomon Matlangu, so we've already met once. A lot of the process that I'm sure if you pass there today, you will have a better, different experience that you would have the last time we were there. It's in front of my office, so I get to see it every day. We have done the refencing of the facility. Ordinarily, we should not be fencing public facilities if all was well. I mean, these are facilities people must enter as they want and interact with the space. But because of the vandalism we had suffered in that area, we had to resort to refencing that facility. We are reworking on opening it back to the public because it has not been open to the public in a while. It's been closed only for events. Magosi, I know they do a lot of the activities. The last phase, actually, Thabo Mokebe is the owner of the facility in terms of departments, but they work very closely with us who are finalizing a process to reopen the facility to the public, obviously on very specific intervals between this time and that time. Because in my considerable opinion, part of the problem of high vandalism is also limited access to these facilities. So communities can't relate. So, but what is this thing that when I must go to the mall, I must go around? And so part of it is also about increasing access to municipal facilities. And you do, most of you who participate or interface with them, charged to use facilities, our municipal facilities. In terms of the IDP process, obviously, like all other public participation, Chair, they would have taken a bit of a knock in the past year or two, given the limitation that were brought to us by COVID-19. But when you do IDP processes, because as REDs we very strongly participate, all constituencies are properly consulted, including in the eastern suburbs. In fact, my opinion would be that they would have been the least affected in the past 2 years because the model or the method introduced of online engagement, they would have more largely had access to some means of communicating or participating, as opposed to their counterparts in the township and semi-rural communities. So most definitely, there is a very comprehensive IDP process. They are definitely engaged. The impact on COVID-19 on the city's fiscus for Region 6, the numbers are usually not broken down into regions because of how the whole revenue process is managed. I call it the Robin Hood style of revenue management. Remember, we almost take this side and provide for the other side in terms of provision of subsidies and whatever the case is. So the figures will just be largely for the whole city, not very specific. But it suffices to say, in terms of demographics, you're quite correct, is that one of the biggest contributors to the city's fiscus will be the eastern suburb, the industrial community, for obvious reasons. So when they are hit the hardest, that is where you'll have the numbers going down. But I think in the last presentation, DH by the CFO, the indicators were, the numbers are beginning to look good. Obviously, in any cycle, COVID or no COVID, we normally don't use December and January as the revenue collection month. They are normally the lowest. So normally we start from February until November. So our cycle is usually 8 months as opposed to 12 months, or 10 rather than 12. So we'll be looking at the figures. So there will be a greater interest once we've got the figures of February. They give some bit of a realistic determination in terms of where we are as the city. I spoke to Solomon Mahlangu. We have actually responded to a petition on corner Solomon Mahlangu and Old Pretoria Road, which is one of the areas, even there the robots hardly works because of the tampering and the illegalities that happen in that particular area. We did actually appear before the portfolio committee of the one chaired by Honorable Ezra, public participation on a very particular matter. So it's one of the areas we are trying to give attention to through our working with Metropolis and our waste management team. We are also in great discussion with the N4 Gateway community. We have actually met with them 2 weeks ago, the N4 Gateway. So they are also making quite a few proposals in terms of how they can assist the city with the greater upkeep of that area. There are people who are genuinely interested in trading in that area. So naturally, where there are big factories, you will have informal traders, if you like, wanting to trade, taxis, and so on. And the N4 Gateway did make an indication that should the need arise, we can engage with the informal traders and see how best to formalize that space, build proper stalls, and so on. So it's something we're definitely trying to take up, because it can, once that space is closed, you can work out. If the case 69 project is complete because it's expanding, there will also be a minimal undeveloped site. So we're trying to reduce the undeveloped site. The only problem we'll have is on the left-hand side, we're going to progress spread, because that is a wetland. So the prospect of any development in that area is not. So what we're looking into the medium term is to continue the engagement with the N4 Gateway to see how we formalize the trading in that particular space. It will need it up and give them some responsibility of cleaning up and beautify the area. And the second part is through the road infrastructure to see how best to accommodate that space and build that intersection in a way that it reduces the amount of the informal activities happening in and around it. The Soshanguve one, like you have correctly said, Chair, will then take it up with the colleague, including the issue of the plot. Then maybe just the last one, remember the issue of aging infrastructure, including road infrastructure. And I think the Chair spoke about the road infrastructure. So in terms of our planned maintenance activities, there is a planned maintenance work that we must do on all of our roads, which, like I was saying, we're not able to meet. So one of the new challenges and phenomena is that, especially if you drive from on Garsfontein Road going into the city in the morning, because of the increase in congestions in the road, because the road design and road maintenance are not the same for main roads and internal roads. So internal roads in their own design, their quality is not the same as the main roads, because they are not meant to take up a lot of traffic. So there's been a trend of the type of petitions we've been receiving, which obviously must inform on how we make decisions moving forward. There's been an increase in communities, both in suburbs and townships, to say we need an increased traffic calming measures in our areas. I can't leave my house. It takes me 30 minutes to drive out of my house because there's all of a sudden these cars that are passing by. So the reality is that cars are beginning to leave main roads because it's just horrible to stay in Gasfontein Road for 3 hours and finding ways into smaller roads into the townships, which were not meant to carry that amount of traffic. Two things happened. The first one is that even the deterioration of smaller roads now age quite quicker because there is an increase in traffic. So, and I'm happy that the provincial government did take up a decision that they are going to increase Gasfontein Road. If you go to Easteres, you find something similar. On K54, K69, to speak specific, I've been a bit involved in that, including when the MEC Mamabolo came to visit. At the heart of the problems is both invasion and people who have expanded their houses. So if you drive on, it's not shacks or anything like that. So it's formal houses. Because that space was open for long, over time, people expand their yards into the servitude, into the road servitude. So there are two projects that are running parallel on that belt between Poop all the way up. It's the road, the water infrastructure project I was talking to, going to station 11, and is the K69. In the plans for relocation, in my earlier response, I said, we are no longer just looking with work clubs to say we are taking people from informal settlement, we are relocating them into formal stands. Well, I say, how then do we resolve a broader human settlement problem and unlock projects? So I did mention in my earlier response that in the consideration of allocation of stands for people in Mamelodi for phase 2, part of it is people who are on K64 road and K69. You would have seen that late last year, there was a bit of movement on Solmatlago Road on K69 because of the relocation that happened sometime last year. Where there's still a bit of a problem is K54 to join K69 into Mamelodi. That is where we have got a hanging bridge. So all those people are checkmarked. They are part of the beneficiaries who are identified to benefit from the second phase of the allocation of stands. So it's in our collective interest that these projects get to be completed. The economic benefit and the movement blockages in the region is heavily dependent on those two roads being completed. So the pace, I definitely know that the colleagues from province are not happy with the pace we're moving in. I don't think we are either, but there are some of those challenges. The matter of the land, Chair, with your indulgence, I will not respond to it. I know there are legal issues around it, which have been cited by the mayor. It's a space I will rather not diverge in terms of concluding the purchasing process and so on. There seem to have been issues that hence some of the delays, and I'm sure the MMC and the colleagues from Human Settlement can speak with some degree of authority. But what I can confirm in the discussion we're involved in, that we have finalized the whole 3 phase of formalization. The total beneficiaries that identified, verified is 18,500, or just about. That is the figure we're working on. The first phase was including the 560, which is 100% complete. We took people from the church and the other environmentally sensitive areas. And the second phase is where we took people from K69 and other areas. And the bulk of the number, I think it's about 10,000, in excess of 10,000, is the number that will benefit. And once that project is complete, I'm certain that we should be able to resolve the K69 and the K64 problem. Even in terms of prioritization, the people who are settled on the road, and it's not just that. There is also a project by ESCOM to build a new infeed station in the east to increase electricity capacity in that area. Half of that land is invaded. So there is a need, so that is also identified as a key site to remove people so that ESCOM can, as early as possible, start with the building of the new infeed station. Just as my last point on the infeed station, the whole of Region 6, for those who stay in the city, I think on Tuesday or Wednesday, the whole of the region was off, not because of load shedding. The whole Region 6 is fed from Nyala substation. Nyala is sitting at just over 95% of its capacity. So the implications are that in the near future, the city will not be approving any major development in the east of Pretoria because we will not be able to provide bulk electricity infrastructure. So the agent need for ESCOM to pursue that project and finalize. It's in the collective interest of the city for its future development. Chair, I don't know if there is anything I will have. Did I miss something? Chair, with your indulgence, maybe DH Moroto can speak to 1 or 2 issues.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I think structure, because I think we need to explain it to the to our principals so that it is understood. There's two ways. In fact, we must maybe no longer call it only aged. There's also accelerated deterioration. What is happening is, if you listen to what the regional head was saying, there's a lot of new areas that were built. It can be 10 years or so. The infrastructure that comes with them ordinarily is 30, 40 years a life cycle. However, the usage of the infrastructure now determines the deterioration. I'll give an example. In almost the new areas, and unfortunately they are the townships, they are illegal connections. So what happens is that when we build the network, the cables that we put there, they are to carry X and a number of a load. However, we triple that load through illegal connections. And what happens with illegal connections is that the protections that, all the protection mechanisms that must protect the network from being overheated and transformers burning, lines burning and everything, they are all taken away. What happens is that the network is let to run until it collapses. For every time we are running the network at that stage, what we are doing, we are reducing the life cycle of that equipment. If it was a cable, it was not meant to carry 90 degrees, as an example, and then we're operating it at 130 degrees temperature for an extended period of time. So the insulation, that is the protection of the cable, deteriorates much quicker. You find out that the infrastructure is new, but after 5 years, it has collapsed. So that's what I'm saying. We just need to quantify and say what sometimes we call as aging. It is more accelerated deterioration than anything. And the same thing happens, that is the impact of cable theft as well. What happens, and I like to always use in a layman term, the issue around if a person gets a stroke. A person that is that get a heart attack or a stroke, is no longer going to be the same person as he was yesterday. The same thing is when they steal a cable, the cable is energized, the current is flowing. When they steal it, there's going to be a spike on the network. That spike on the network, cumulatively those spikes have an impact on the condition and integrity of the of the whole system. And then they also lead to what I now deem to be called accelerated deterioration. Now the question was asked that we've got the problem of cable theft throughout the city, and it's a national problem. What is the city of Tshwane doing about it? What we have done as the city of Tshwane, we have gone out on a tender. The tender is a online security tender. It's got multiple layers. One is to say that how do we protect our underground cables? So the tender is got built inside the tender. There is ground vibration sensors. So we're going to be installing the cables in the new, when we are building new infrastructure, but not everywhere, on theft-prone areas. In other words, the areas that are sitting on the outskirts, when we put in the new cables, after the award of the tender, we'll be putting sensors. The sensors will be picking up two things. One, they will pick up the ground vibration. Two, they will be picking up the sound. We call it acoustic, the sound, because if you are going to steal the cable, you must dig. If you dig, you are going to use a pick or anything, you are going to disturb the ground, the ground is going to vibrate. And then at the same time, there's going to be noise. That equipment that you're using is going to create an acoustic noise. And then the sensors will be able to pick that up. And then if it's not us that informed the control that we are working at the area, and then armed response from our TMPD, and also all the other law enforcement, including the securities, will be dispatched. The idea is to foil the theft in progress before people can even reach the cables, so that that can be regarded as an attempted theft of cable. And then over a period of time, once thieves realize that the network is protected, will be, they will have to move to other areas except Tshwane. And secondly, on the existing infrastructure, we all agree that we will never have the money and the financial resources to replace and put the sensors. We are going to work on it case by case. If they steal a cable, when we reinstall it back, we are going to install the same technology. And the technology extends to the substations in terms of us having the beams and also having the, the pepper spray when you've got access. you must pass through our control room to give you access to the substation. If you just go and open the substation, alarms will activate. It will not only be alarm, but there will also be pepper spray that pepper sprays that are going to be activated, and then you will not be able to access the substation. Now, we spoke around the issues of illegal connections. How is the system going to assist us when we move into illegal connections? When illegal connections happen, there's two things. If we put the tamper-proof boxes, people use cutting torches and other things to cut them open to get access to the meter connections and make illegal connections. The same tender has allowed for other sensors that are temperaturized sensors. So I mentioned the vibration. When you are going to break into a box that is hardened, we are using the safe type metal for the boxes, you're gonna have to fight with the box. In other words, you're gonna have to try to break it with a koala or anything. There will be vibration, and that vibration is not gonna be the same vibration as somebody's opening the box. Torches and other things, you are going to have to increase the temperature. The ambient temperature around the box will increase. So those sensors will be able to pick up the rise in the temperature and also the abnormal vibration at the box. And that, same with what they have done with underground cables, will be able to send an alarm to our control room, which is built at 24-hour manned by both TMPD and the security company that is part of the tender that is going to be awarded. So the tender is currently at a stage 2. It was a stage two-stage evaluation. It has passed the stage 1, and then it is entering into stage 2. And then the bigger part of the tender now is also the issue of finances. We have mentioned that we've got looking around the finding model to see how best can they accelerate it to come out of the tendering process into implementation. So we believe that in terms of that, when that tender comes into life, we will be in a better position for, as the city, to gradually cap the issues of theft to a point where we can say that they are within the tolerable levels. So I just wanted to add on what the regional head has mentioned, just to emphasize on the issue of theft and also this phenomenon of accelerated deterioration of the infrastructure. And it doesn't only end at electricity, because I'm electrical, so you can see I'm more biased towards electricity. But if you go to water, Region 1 as an example, in the Mawika area, there is quite a lot of illegal water connections. Now, the same thing, when somebody is making an illegal connection in a pipe, is not going to open it and cut it and join it with proper couplings like we do when we are making a tee-off on the pipe. So if now there's a length of pipe that was meant to last us 20 years, but every 2 meters the pipe is being opened for illegal water connections, you can understand that that pipe is no longer going to be able to take us 20 years. We will be lucky if that pipe takes us more than 7 years without starting to give us constant problems. So the problems that I've mentioned about accelerated deterioration, they cut across. They go into sewer and they also go into water. Thanks, Joe.
Just on that, Mlot, and I thought Member Ledwaba will raise this because he raised it the other time. Why are we not implementing alternatives, especially in informal settlement? I think he calls it portable electricity units to avoid people connecting illegally on our infrastructure. Especially, I mean, what is the purpose of check marking? Check marking, I assume, is that we accept that you are needy and you need waiting for city services. We don't look at alternatives of ensuring that these individuals have access to electricity and water. Is there such a plan? And also my question is, with what you just presented now, is it approved or is it still an idea from the department to the leadership of the plan around capping cable theft and illegal connections to water pipes? And then maybe lastly from my side, before I release you, and I hope you'll pardon us, because this is service delivery issues that we get. And we tried to make sure that people, there's a question here on my WhatsApp. There's a rumor that the city has stopped service delivery projects on the basis that you don't have money. Is it true? And if it's true, have you communicated very well to those who were involved in the form of laborers and those who, were just... And the second question is, how involved are you as the region on ensuring that incomplete are completed? An example cited is the court. I don't know where is it. Is it on Tsamaya or what? Yeah, the court apparently, and this will help us also help you as a portfolio. What is it that you are doing as the region to ensure that those are completed? Apparently, they impact badly on the township's outlook, but secondly, these are part of economic opportunities, and that comes with infrastructure rollout. So those are my last. I don't know if honorable members have anything. Yes.
Tell you the Faranani one.
The question is the court.
No, it's the municipal court in Magosi.
I think it's built by Public Works. When you come from, apparently it has been standing there for a very long time.
Okay, Chair. Okay, because you reminded me of the Nel Mafia's social housing Faranani project. What is the latest around it? Remember you went to court and you were ordered to negotiate with those dwellers. And the follow-up with regard to K54. We were told that 199 people were relocated. Those shacks where they were removed by very soon we'll be told that the very same space is occupied. Can you please advise us to what is it that you are doing to ensure that that road is speedily, or that issue is speedily resolved? I'm making a repetition because member Schneemann raised it. And time and again we were told that initially it was the Department of Roads and Infrastructure, education was involved. Now it is the Department of Human Settlement. And as far as they are concerned at the provincial level, that issue is resolved. It is now sitting with the city. Even the 199 that you relocated last year, you were moving at a very slow pace. What is the main impediment now? Because land is secured, people have been moved, there are rudimentary services that are provided. Before you accuse us of having to occupy or tell us about people that have now reoccupied again. You know, Chair, we are told time and again that this kind of thing, particularly Tsamaya K54, it has been like this. Because people are benefiting in terms of, what do you call this thing in English? Stand equipment that are hired. They are making a lot of money. A lot. So they are not in a hurry, in a rush to make sure that it is completed because someone is benefiting. I just indicated that you have 1,000, almost 1,000 people that you must relocate. You do 200. Then, hands off. 6 months down the line, you now want to attend to the 800. Because a person must get paid. That equipment is hired every month, they must get money. And that is the main thing. That is the main problem. I remember, Chair, when I addressed the Skrillex people, they were saying, just remove us. Give us a new place. We don't want fancy things. As long as we know that we have been relocated to this place, we can get water, toilets, and everything. They said that in 2019. At the time, that project started sometime in 2015. So people are using it as a cash cow. That is why nothing is happening even now. Come the next financial year, we'll still be talking about 199. Not because there is a problem, because people must eat. Thank you, Chair. It is disturbing.
Please don't occupy. It has a negative impact on our socio-economic well-being as communities. Honorable members, anyone who wants to come in before they answer? We are closing because we spent a lot of time on this. We undermined the issues that make submissions of IDPs so that we have you present to us your draft IDP. I think one of the things that we are discussing as the new entrants in legislature is that we need to start doing oversight different from what we've been doing when you catch things at the end. So during the planning phase, you must be there and make sure that the views of the communities and what we've been interfacing with in our own individual constituency work is included in the planning phase, so that when rollout happens, it's rollout of the things that communities always tell us as politicians. So we would, what is the cycle? IDP is finalized when? Like the public participation end and then the first draft? Okay. We'll have to get each region just presenting their first draft to us, and maybe we'll invite different, especially portfolio committees, that everybody in the municipality gets to know what is going to happen in which ward, at what cost. So we'll try to do that. We want to do purposeful oversight, and this is because of the view that as public reps, and we are forcing this into the legislature program because some of these things are not there, and then we end up being bombarded by a lot of complaints, queries, and petitions. So we are wanting to focus, and thank you very much for responding to petitions timelessly as a region. There's a lot of good things you are doing. We are hopeful that you will come out of the financial situation that you are finding yourselves as a city. We are also pleading with the, which department are you? Let's educate our people. No, put. Oh, you seem to be knowing more on energy issues. Oh, yes, put. Let's roll out education around these things, because it's one thing to complain that we are connecting, and when the people don't have an appreciation of the impact of the illegal things they're doing, they'll continue to do them. I always say, let's invest in educating the youth and the children, so that when Papa illegally connects, your child says it, Papa, but that thing has a negative impact on the ground or on ourselves as people generally, and especially because they are the ones who die out of being stricken by these illegal connections. So your last parting shots, we have a long day still with traditional affairs. Today and this week we made you earn your salaries. Your last parting shots, Mr. Spur, we are still going to come back. We are not satisfied with getting it done. I think we'll have to still come back to Region 6 to just get, and then we also expect you to put problems on our table so that we help unlock and unblock the challenges that are there. Thank you very much. Mr. Spuru, over to you, and Moloto, if you want to do your closing part.
Okay. Okay, firstly, thank you very much, Chair, and the colleagues, members of the Portfolio Committee, and colleagues alike. We take very serious issues around oversight, because we appreciate that we are public officials, and therefore a lot of the work that we do, we need to be held accountable. Just to answer maybe one question on Extension 22, I think asked by the member, the houses. So the Extension 22 project was a provincial government project, which was completed in 3 typologies. It had RDP houses, it had rental units, 550 rental units, and the 3 military units. I think the question you're interested in largely, there was electricity problem there. So we had agreed last year, there was a consensus reached that So it was a turnkey project. So it was supposed to be handed over to the city, 100% complete water, everything. But there were a lot of challenges with Faranani and so on. So a decision we collectively then took, who've been living in those units without electricity, was that the province will then hand over that component of the project to the city, which was done late last year. As I'm talking to you, there is a provider from the city side who's dealing with the electrification. But it must be noted, we're only doing electrification of the RDP units, RDP houses units, the 1,200 and something. The matter of the 550 high-rise units for rental units is still a matter of, because those units were illegally invaded. The provincial government has gone to court. There is a court order on the matter which must be implemented. But I can communicate formally that the electrification was handed over to the city through consensus, and obviously we're sorting out the financial issues. Just that, so that the legal dispute between the city and the main contractor does not disrupt the electrification of the RGPs. I forgot the timelines, but I'm sure when we come back, when we do our feedback report, we can give a proper status report in terms of the timeline. But we have taken full responsibility as the city to do that work. I don't want to comment a lot on the K69 and the potential illegalities. All I can say is that in all areas, the land issues are complex issues, because including in that is not a land available, people moving into it. Because we are moving people into what must be formal communities tomorrow. So it's not a transitional camp, or it's not a temporary arrangement. So a full township establishment need to be done and completed. But like I said, I know for sure there are some of the portions of land where there are legal dispute between the administration and the buyers on issue of prices. Like I said, a space I would rather not venture into. And I'm sure you can get more details from the political leadership of the city on what the situation is there now. The last one, there was previously a project called Electricity for All. Phase 1 was electrified through that program. It was not formalized, but electrified. Pumulong F34041 was electrified through that particular process, and so on. So it's just depending on what the city's fiscal abilities are at a particular time. Those are the last ones, and my closing shot is thank you for being a bit patient with us, who might have been all over the place at one instance. And I'm sure when you return, we can also, it will be also very good if you get very specific things that we need answers to, which we can properly prepare for, over and above. I know service delivery issues are also very difficult to say you want this, this, and that. The day before, a lot of other things happens that might require your attention and for us to respond to. And we'll always be available and make sure that to the best of our ability we offer responses. On all outstanding issues, working with your administrative team, we'll make sure that issues are followed up on and feedback provided. That is all from my side.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Again, I think the regional head has spoken a mouthful. The only thing I'm just adding is there was a question that you asked earlier on, whether what we were mentioning about the solutions to theft and other things, whether it's, we've gone out on tender. So it's the solution that we are procuring through the tendering process. So it is at that stage, like I mentioned, that we are in the procurement stage now. It is a two-stage tender. So it is now in the second stage. We've passed through the first stage. So we are anticipating that all going well, finances and other things, we should have it active in the new financial year. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I see you are ready to answer some questions, but can you maybe perhaps in March go provide us this report, go and investigate the incomplete government projects within the region. And please give us a full report on what is the project, who is responsible for that project. I think this is a serious concern. We can't have white elephants in our township. I mean, the community member here is raising a valid point, so please provide us with that. You also avoided a question on, but I understand we'll have to deal with it next week, it's fine. because we're meeting your CFO and your city manager, so we'll raise it with them. Thank you very much for coming. I think at some point in my life, I used to think that some people like long meetings. In City of Tshwane, we used to have council meeting going until the next day. And now I understand, when you are passionate, you will not leave issues and rush through them, and you'll want to go thoroughly and interrogate further so that we are all satisfied, and especially when you do it on behalf of communities. So thank you very much. I don't know whether you are going to continue to sit with us, but now we are entering the next phase on traditional affairs and the presentation, the two, yeah, that's where we are, Jackie. I don't know, you are leaving us?
With your indulgence, we'll kindly request to leave.
Yes, you can. Thank you very much. Good luck in meeting all the demands on behalf of the people without having the money. Traditional affairs, how do we handle this item? Advice? I see we have received Lanzuza's presentation. Amandebele Alibelo's presentation was flighted, but we don't have it. And then, yeah, please advise how to go about this. I know we kept you, but I think this is beneficial. One of the things we spoke to yesterday is that we must have a meaningful impact as traditional affairs on issues of these two tribal authorities, especially on development. And I think listening to Region 6, they will also have an appreciation of what goes into the city's planning processes and other issues and challenges that the city is faced with, and be part of the solution to the city and assist the city in resolving some of the challenges that it's faced with. It's a fact there's no money in City of Tshwane, and we need to all put our hands on deck. But also the instability that comes with coalition government. Not only the people in Amandebele and Zuzale and Amandebele Lebelo will suffer, but everyone in City of Tshwane, and that should be our concern. And we should make sure that in one way or the other, the local government work for the people. So Jackie, we are in your hands, so you'll advise how we go about on this item. We were told that there's also claims on, what do you call them, member? Those who are applying for recognition, the unrecognized. Our interest was also on the participation of the two tribal council in the city. Are they just observers in council? I think also that is part of our focus intervention study. So some of the details we'll get into them when we do the focus intervention study. The intention is to help you to be part of the mainstream, but also to help you be accountable. Because as is now, you are not. And we were frank and honest yesterday that we need to be that agent that ensure that there's collectivism in everything that the tribal council, the royal families are doing, so that we avoid unnecessary disputes. And I think there's a resolution on that we are going to go into Amandebele Lebelo in a month's time, just to facilitate the talks and ensure that we clear out the disputes that are there, and then start engaging on a developmental program with ourselves as provincial government and the city to ensure that there's development and people get services in that area. They also raised issues of the land claim that is unresolved. And we said as a portfolio committee, committing yourselves as COGTA that we are going to facilitate that process and come to the finality of the matter with the minister. So there are things that we are committing ourselves to do, but we can't do anything without resolving the leadership disputes that are there. We can't move around with our dirty laundry as Amandebele Alebelo and seek to resolve issues when our house is dirty, because no one will take us serious. So, and don't be surprised when I say us, because my belief is we are one people and we are from the same womb at some point if we are to trace back who we are. So that's where we are as a portfolio committee on the issues of Amandebele Alebelo. And I think just advise how we move. We at least have that resolution. We are not happy, Amandebele Nzuza, that you are not accounting on the money that the department gives you. It's a serious crime in this country, and that's what we are elected to do, to make sure that every little cent of government is accounted for. So when you, as the leaders, traditional leaders, are not accountable, it means all of us are going to be rotten. Then the country smells. Then there's a problem. That's why we are having challenges that we are having now in this country. And we trust that all of you are the ones who must be whipping all of us who are not doing what we are supposed to do. So when you can manage 700 and give report and account on them, on that, only 700,000, then it means you are giving us, your children, a permission to go spend and misuse millions and billions of the people of South Africa. So we are just saying, we are children in your household, and we're seeing our parents are also part of the mess that we are all in, and we are saying let's try to correct, but let's also ensure that the department give you the effective support that you are supposed to get. So yeah, we'll do that. Our focus was on Amandebele Alebelo yesterday, and we have resolved on such issues. Because if we are not going to be part of ensuring that you are taken serious as the tribal authority, we will not be doing justice to what the Constitution of South Africa is saying. So we are here because of that, but we are here because we want to try to put things in order everywhere and in all the little spaces we are finding ourselves in. So also don't be shy to also reflect on ourselves, to say, Liluna, you must start doing your job. But that's how we prefer to do things. I'm going to hand over to Ntate Kekana and Jackie to guide us how we go about on this item. And sorry to keep you waiting, but I think it was benefiting, and it's showing also you what to expect when we say we are calling the region to come and present on your service delivery issues, so that you prepare yourself accordingly and make sure that communities are aware that these are the things we have said the region and the municipality must do. Thank you very much, and over to you.
Chairperson, before she comes in, I think what we forgot to raise is the question of the municipality availing the land for initiation. It has been coming over and over when we do bills consultation, public hearings. They've been raising it. So I think today I'm raising it formally, and they are here. And then we heard yesterday that Hoshi Kekane is busy with that preparation of the initiation. And we don't have an answer because we have not engaged. We have not engaged yourself. Whether it was our Kekane, I don't know. We have not engaged yourselves in terms of the clear recommendations and a concern from themselves. That you don't want to, either the municipality or province, you want to give them specific land for initiation so that those that are illegal can be easily caught. Thank you.
Chairperson. Chairperson, I would propose that we start off with Amandebele and Zunza Sukulumi. We did not hear some of their feedback on the support that the department is giving them, as well as also talking about the customary initiation program that they're also instrumental in driving with the department, particularly that Prince George has been the chairperson of the technical task team. And then I would propose that the city of Tshwane also talks about their support program that they had. They were in the process of developing an MOU between the two traditional councils to shape their support, and perhaps we can also listen from the city of Tshwane. That's what I would like to propose.
Okay, can we agree that then we'll have the 3 presentations and then engage with all of them, because they are presenting to only us that must interact with their presentation. Honorable members, are you agreeing? Agreed? Yeah, you are earning your salary. He's saying it's 4:30, so yes, Jackie, over to you and the team.
Okay, George, over to you so that you can introduce your presentation to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson and Jackie, Jackie Obando. We were advised that we need to talk to our participation in the Tshwane Council. So we prepared a presentation around that. It's very short, so I have no doubt in my mind that I'll be able to talk through the other issues just based on the length of our presentation. If they can perhaps flight it, then I'll quickly go through it. But I also want to add that over lunch, I had a brief chat with Undabezita, Casey Kekana, and I outlined to him some of the issues in our presentation, and he concurred that the issues are similar. So therefore, what I would cover in relation to our participation in council would also cover the participation of Amandebele Balibele. So in that respect, I think that would be a comprehensive presentation. It's very short. I think, like I indicated, that it's purely based on what we were advised to prepare on. We have a lot of other issues that we could have put in. And basically, this slide confirms just a few areas that indeed we participate in council, albeit as an observer. So we just attend council and that's it. We get invitations to come to council, and we also get an out-of-pocket expenses as stated in the Municipal Structures Act. We're allowed at least 3 delegates from Sokulumi to attend council. And that is in concurrence with the Speaker's office, that 3 members of our council, or a maximum of 3 members of our council can attend council. The challenges that we face, Chairperson and honorable members, is that our participation is not meaningful. I think, you know, I've been in this meeting today. Safe to say that I could have prepared better, is that I've been able to raise questions to the various presentations that have been made. So the benefit of being able to just do that, to raise issues that matter to our communities, and at least those issues to be acknowledged so that we can get a commitment to the officials or to councillors that are doing this is very important. So I really feel that there's a lot more that we can participate in within the city as part of representing our communities. We used to have quarterly meetings that were facilitated by the Speaker's office within the city. In other words, we would have a community meeting every quarter that will culminate with the annual general meeting that is fully supported by the city. I think this stopped in 2016, sometime in 2016, that ceased to happen. These meetings were so important in ensuring that our issues remain on the radar, especially because, particularly Sokulumi, we are on the periphery. We are, you know, our conditions are really at the last to be taken into account within the city. So if you come to Sokulumi, you would almost swear that we are not part of the capital city, you know, so we are on the periphery. So these quarterly meetings put our issues on the radar and on the agenda, and that ceased to happen since the 2016 elections. Now, once again, it cannot be an issue of the administration that is in place, in our view, because we have had cordial engagements with the respective mayors, executive mayors, as well as the Speaker in this regard, to say that we need to sustain this. The next item is our heritage events, and this item hinges on the memorandum that must be signed between ourselves, COGTA, as well as the city, in terms of what are the deliverables of each stakeholders towards our heritage events. You see, Chairperson, this is not just normal heritage events for the sake of having. I think we must appreciate the social cohesion part of these events. Now, once again, notwithstanding that there's a council resolution, a 2013 council resolution, if I'm not mistaken, to support these events, we have just seen each time we prepare for these events, then the support does not come. And I think this has rendered some of our events to be of a substandard quality in terms of planning, preparation, particularly ours because it is held in Mpumalanga province. So I'll give an example, a tangible example. We used to receive about 14 buses to be able to bus our community to King Zunza's burial site. And in the last event, we received less than 6 buses. So a lot of things have ceased to happen. And our argument when we sat with the Speaker's office to argue that the signing of this memorandum will ensure that this very important social cohesion event is necessary, and the city must see it as such, as nothing else but an important historical celebration of our founding father, King Mzunza. So this is a very a big challenge that we are faced with. We raise it at every opportunity that we get, be it at our AGMs. Unfortunately, Chairperson, as Amanda Wellens and Sokulumi, we've been able to hold our AGMs. We have not missed our AGMs, and our reports have been duly adopted. So in that regard, I think maybe in your statement you mentioned that Amanzunza Sokulumi has not ensured that we account properly. So we have, unless I can be corrected otherwise, we have not missed any AGM. Even at the height of COVID-19, we found a workaround to get our report through. I think you were at the 2020 AGM that we scaled down. We got stakeholders that represent various communities to come in and adopt that report. So I think in a nutshell, the greatest challenge for us is that we seem to not be getting the support that we used to get, and specifically the support that of which a council resolution, in our view, was taken. I think we believe that we sit in council, we don't get to see the reports that resolutions are being taken on, and therefore I think that maybe there is room for us to meaningfully participate in Section 9 committees and so forth. You know, it's really, we represent a significant population and communities in Tshwane that at least make us earn our stipend, you know, to do that. I think the last item is just administrative. You know, we don't get the stipend regularly. You know, we have no control as to when we get the stipend and so forth, even though we consistently attend council. I think it was just something to be noted. I'm sure it's administrative. The speaker, the new speaker, has committed to visiting both traditional councils to deal with the issue. I think our presentation relating to our participation in council was what I presented, Chairperson. I will now perhaps deal with, and I think when I'm done, I'll afford Undabez Takekana to maybe add to the issues around participation that I've addressed. But I would like to address other issues which I deem to be out of scope for this session, but having listened to the presentations in general that have taken place, I think they are relevant. The water issues, as a result of the heavy rains, we understand that there are challenges at our water treatment plant in Bronkhorstspruit, and therefore it is important that we raise this issue on behalf of our communities. It is, I think, as I was talking to our Secretary Babunakedi, was that, you know, if there is going to be a similar session for Region 7, perhaps we can also be extended an invitation to come and raise some of the issues. We believe that for us as Amandebele, 2022 is a significant year with regards to initiation. As Mamujeki has alluded, I think I must say I was the chairperson of the Gauteng Initiation Task Team, as I saw this morning that we now have a provincial initiation coordinating committee that the Premier has now established, which is great news. However, part of initiation requires municipalities to play an extensive role in supporting the communities that seek to have initiation. Tshwane is one of the biggest regions when it comes to initiation in Gauteng, and therefore the city has to play as has to be in a much more their readiness towards initiation should be heightened at this stage. We normally plan our initiation as Amanzunza over a period of 4 years. Our initiation comes once every 4 years, and the planning starts at the end of the last year that we had initiation. So our planning would have started in 2018. Our last initiation was in 2017. So it would have started in 2018 to say that this is the next regiment of young boys that will be initiated. And therefore the preparations would then start to say, this is the quantity, this is the number of initiates that we're looking at, and so forth. The important aspect is the support that we require from the municipality and other stakeholders such as COGTA. One being the monitoring aspect. I would like to believe that we might just be late for the PICC to be able to execute some of the monitoring that might be required, given that they must still sit through for their first session. So it remains to be seen. I say this because I indicated that Undabe Zita MP Matlangu could not be here because of the processes that we follow. Our initiation follows a lunar cycle. So maybe after the session I can explain a little in terms of how it works. So there's certain periods where he cannot, where we are zila, ngesinru, Undabe Zita for a week, and then a certain aspect of it happens. This is all in the quest to ensure that everything goes well with initiation, that we follow the same principle that King Zunza would have done in the 1400s, 1484 to be specific. So it's a major year for us. We couldn't have initiation in 2021. We suspended it as a result of COVID. So resources such as water would be required within the city of Tshwane. And I don't see any representative. I saw Ubabu Mujela from the Speaker's office, but nevertheless, I'm sure they will get a message. But we require those services, which also have been underpinned by the CRL rights requirements that municipalities must support initiations on. I also want to commend.
Where is Mujela? Oh, he's around. Okay. All right.
Okay. No, thanks. I just didn't see him. So, but I also want to commend Chairperson. I think sometimes in these meetings we fail to also acknowledge great support that we've received. And by failing to do so, maybe we could improve on what we have. I think COGTA specifically has ensured that Gauteng is a leading province when it comes to initiation. Leading in the sense that we are on top of issues in terms of hotspots, in terms of dealing, in terms of monitoring specifically. I think they have placed resources to the various regions to ensure cohesion. I think when you talk initiation in Gauteng, everybody is aligned, and I speak with great pride when I say that we all acknowledge, we know we have issues in Sidibeng region, parts of the city of Joburg, and we are dealing with those issues, and we mobilize, or we are in a position that we are capable of mobilizing and prevent major incidents that could otherwise have happened. And those incidents relate to deaths of initiates and so forth. So I think safe to say that perhaps through the PICC, COGTA could add more resources towards ensuring that we sustain the good work that has been happening around monitoring. We will always have illegal initiation schools, simply because of once you co-opt those that were conducting illegal initiation schools, then a new illegal person mushrooms. I think for us, the key thing is just identifying and having mitigation plans as we go into the initiation season. I think maybe also as a very important aspect to note is that we were highly commended by the erstwhile National Initiation Task Team that Gauteng has been very progressive. Many provinces have come to us to seek advice in terms of how they can set up their own structures. And our plea is that all that needs to happen is that the PICC must just continue with this work and not reinvent the wheel. So this being a major year, obviously what will shape or characterize the extent or success of this initiation season will be the state of disaster, whether we remain where we are, or if it will be elevated to perhaps a more stringent lockdown level. So in that respect, Chairperson, I think I will pause there, and I'm very happy to field perhaps a few questions or clarity-seeking questions in that respect. But just to say that for us, initiation is a very important aspect of our communities. And also maybe to just put a context that it cuts across the province. You know, our communities who practice this cut across the province, and therefore the issues are not only related or do not only affect the city of Tshwane, it's across the 3 metros as well as the other municipalities, the support that we are talking about around the bill. Also, I think our province was probably the most, we were more ready than any other province in anticipation of the then bill being signed into law, because we hit the ground running immediately after the president signed and proclaimed the Act, the CIA Act. And I think that is one aspect that I can say we've done well. I'll pause here, Chairperson, and if there's any other thing that I've omitted, it might just be that I didn't capture properly. Yeah, I think I can always add. Thank you.
Thank you, Ndabezit. I didn't know that Ndabezit means Khoshi, so I learned something today. I think we must thank you for your forever availability as and when we need you, as Amandebele and Zuza, and whenever we need your input. I think you have been very active, and we expressed that Khoshikekana yesterday to the team from Hammanskraal, that more than anything, the Sukhulumi leadership has been with us and are very active in most of our activities. And they are also involving us in their issues. We participated in one of the AGM, and I'm sorry to have generalized, but I think moving forward, we need to find a way, Jackie, of sharing experiences between the two houses and them learning from one another. There's a good that the other one is doing, and the other one can learn from the other one. And I think maybe we should start ensuring that there's that, so that we avoid that the other one lags behind and then, you know. I think these are brothers that must be moving together. I know there are things that you are not supposed to, or I'm not supposed to be talking to as a woman. And I will respect that. So we will have the second presentation, and I will trust that Ledwaba and our male counterparts will raise some of the issues, but I hope that also we'll be allowed through them to just oversee and the process of initiation as planned, because I know, well, there might be a challenge with me coming to the crawl and saying I'm here to do oversight. But if the authorities allow, we'll also want to experience that. But we have our male counterparts, and I think we do not have a problem with them representing us. We'll move to the second presentation, and then members will make inputs to the presentations. And then we'll come to you in the Mujan. Ndabezit.
No, Chairperson, Prince has alluded when he started. We've agreed that our issues are similar, so he might as well make one present on both the theses. But what I can emphasize on what he just said is the issue of the memorandum of understanding. Our relationship with the city of Tshwane is informal, and we think that we need to formalize that relationship because as we speak, we don't know what is their role, their actual role as municipality, and also they don't understand what is our role as the traditional council and the traditional leadership. So we believe that that memorandum of understanding will outline their roles and responsibilities and also our side. So that's a very important document, Chairperson. We feel that document, it's a legal document, it will be binding for both parties. So we are pleading, Chairperson, that the city must consider that. We have made a draft MOU, but it's not signed yet. We don't know what is the problem because we don't get any explanation to say what is the problem, what is the problem, why this memorandum of understanding is not signed. So that is the emphasis that I wanted to make so that we can formalize this relationship with the city of Tshwane. As we speak, Chairperson,
Our relationship, it's a gentleman's agreement. Cities do whatever they please in our area. They don't consult, they don't do it. It's just chaos in our area of jurisdiction. But we believe that everything that the city needs to do. We believe that the city is a service provider. We don't expect the city to come with politics. Although we know we've got our own politics, our own internal politics, but we don't expect the city to interfere in our internal politics. For them, it's just to provide services. That is our belief, Chairperson. Thank you.
Kgoshi Ulezi. And it becomes, yeah. Honorable members. So the presentation of yesterday is aligned to this one, so we're not going to get it. And I think the team agrees that this represents them well. Let me note the hands for questions. Member Ngube, Member Schneeman, Member Tong, and Member Ledwaba. Eh? Oh, Mujal. Excuse. Sorry, it's your turn to present. Are you able to also share the presentations? Jabu, we missed to get the two presentations from City of Tshwane, the earlier ones. Can we also get them?
Yes, that's them in my computer.
Okay. And then also the Mujela one. Over to you, Mujela.
Thank you, Chairperson. Maybe let me start by indicating the dilemma that one finds himself in relation to this meeting.
We didn't hear you.
I'm saying that maybe let me first indicate the dilemma that one finds himself in relation to this meeting. The manner in which it was communicated to ourselves as the City of Tshwane Office of the Speaker. I got the message about this meeting yesterday at 00 hours 18 minutes, which is 18 minutes past 12 midnight. Yeah, I've got. I think you can see.
No, we trust you.
It just talks about this meeting, and it just says, the instruction is that, hi Lulu, please work on this. I'm not well. It's from my senior, my director. So basically, we did not know what is it that is required of us. In the morning, I first went to the office. I went to the group head, who is the head of department, but in the city is referred to as the group head. He was not yet in his office. He had not yet arrived. So basically, we did not prepare anything because we did not know what is it that is required of us. However, one may be able to respond to all the issues that have been raised by Prince on the challenges, and which will also encapsulate. So one may be able to respond on behalf of the city in relation to Amandebele Lebelo and Amandebele Nzonza. All the issues that they've raised, one is familiar with, because we have got that relationship with them. What I will not be able to do is that, Chairperson, I've got different documents here, which are not in a form of a presentation. I, however, also know them with my head. Unfortunately, as of now, unlike other presenters, it will not be possible for me to make a presentation similar to the ones that were made. Because of the time, we just got to know of this meeting. I drove to this meeting still not clear as to what is it required. All that I knew was that it involves traditional councils, which are one of the stakeholders that we service. I'm not sure, Chairperson, if I'm well understood.
As part of protecting, because you don't have anything signed off at your level, and you don't want to find yourself implicating the city on things that the city has not tasked you to come and present. And our apologies that whoever communicated with, because our belief is that you guys have been knowing that we are coming for the past 7 days. So I'm going to suggest that you share information, and we note it as that you are an official of the city, here to share information on the issues raised by the traditional councils, so that we avoid tomorrow someone who think, and we have seen it with departments, that no, that person was not misrepresenting us because we didn't sign off anything that he or she was saying. Just share information with us, Ntate Mojala, just to protect you, and our apologies. And then I think Team COGTA will also advise us on how to go about this. I don't know whether, is there such a thing of sharing information so that we protect an employee of government, not to be disciplined unnecessarily that you implicated us and therefore, and when we have not signed off. But for the mere fact that somebody said go for us to allow you to present the city, I don't know, let me give it to honorable members to also share in their wisdom. Member Ncube and all of you.
Ngiyabonga Mhlonipheki, Hlonishwa. Thank you very much for the presentations and our comments. Maybe let me start with the city. We acknowledge that the information, the invite for this meeting was only sent today, early hours or early minutes of today. However, what one has heard is that there is that gentleman's relationship, which the draft of the Memorandum of Understanding, they intend it to be a document that will regulate the operations and/or working relations, which might not necessarily be lying in your hands, but maybe the decision of the council. I don't know. Maybe to ask the question from my leaders is that when was the document of Memorandum of Understanding handed over to the municipality, irrespective of the change of governance, November the 1st or the 10th or 11th, whatever, but in terms of the operational machine, it was there. It's only governance that was not there, whether it was on administration, but operations were there. If maybe it is awaiting the decision of the council, maybe they will need to know when will it be presented at the council, so that there is that formality of the relationship and working together. The question of the coordination, okay, the role that the the coordinating structure and our leadership is being done. I think it is highly appreciated. Maybe let me also borrow from what the chairperson has said, as it is also evident that you do interact as these authorities or leadership, you do. So where there are challenges with the other kingship, or the other authority, you may learn lesson of the both. How do you handle these issues? And then you share success stories and or some, the framework. Huh?
TKLA.
Yeah.
Remember, I thought we were resolving before
No.
we engage. Before
Okay,
we engage
okay.
the presentation.
Resolving what?
I thought you are helping me to resolve on whether we allow Ntate Mojela to share information on behalf of the city because of what the disclaimer he had put in front of us, that he was sent here, and because they were here as to what are the expectations,
I understand.
the city could not sign off anything in any form of information. However, as a person that has been working in the city, his presentation as information sharing. So no one of us should take it that whatever he says, it's crystal clear and signed off by the city, so that we avoid a situation whereby tomorrow somebody says. So I'm just saying, let's allow Ntate Mojela to share information and to avoid unnecessary implications. We note it as information sharing as a person and an activist that has been working in this sector in the city. Are we all present? Okay. We agree? Members, Shinima?
No, I fully support that, Chair. Just obviously as well that those who are watching on social media must also understand that this is just sharing information, and anything official or something that would maybe come later, proper official sanctioned response. But for nobody who's watching should be able to take this as well and say this is what's happening or going to happen. Just thought I'd mention that because we do have people who are watching on social media, some of the platforms, and I thought I should just raise that because, if somebody records this, it can be used, I guess, to say that this is what was said by an official. And on that note, I'm suggesting maybe that the official from the Speaker's Office, the social media platforms are no longer on, because you can be held to what you've said. This is officially now, this is a public meeting. It's just a concern for the official from the Speaker's Office that we wouldn't want him to be put into a situation where people take what is being said here and it lands up, not being able to be controlled. I'm not saying it would happen, but I thought I should just raise that. Thanks, Chair.
Department, what is?
Because, context sometimes is lost. When people get in Region 7 as well as Region, 2. So I think we could have that kind of a discussion. And what we also do from our side, because there has been a gray area, especially in terms of the MOU. The draft, I think, was shared around 2019. We watered it down from the initial support that, we have got a framework from national. So I think in between, we will then have a discussion, government to government with the city of Tshwane, and then engage the two traditional leaders in preparation for the follow-up meeting, so that we get proper sign-offs, especially from the city. Thank you.
So can we agree that, I think that's only fair, and in the interest of protecting an employee of the city, I think we should all be responsible and not force that we get information that is not sanctioned, and then he gets into trouble, then we are seen as people who makes people to lose their jobs. Because there's an agreement that we will have a session in Region 2 before the 8th of March, we agree that yourselves and our Jabu will coordinate that. We also have confirmed from our side that be it a Saturday or a Sunday, we are available for such a meeting. And I think we also outlined some of the things that we want to deal with. But then this also becomes quite important, and maybe from the side of the city, also coordinating Ntate Mojela, so that the speaker also is part of us, and then also our expectation, especially on these issues of this presentation. So I will also plead Libon Ndabezita, because this is your brother, right? We are going there to want to resolve issues, but also from your experience, we can also tap into your experiences and knowledge, and all of us, because we said we must all sit down and deal with the challenges one by one and resolve them, and then come up with an approach. So we are also inviting you to be part, so that when the speaker's office or the speaker himself, hey, I must reorientate myself. Dr. Makorela, when Dr. Makorela comes, we are able to, and his office, we are able to also iron out these issues. So we are in Tshwane, and we want to leave Tshwane having resolved some of these issues that you are faced with. So we said we are giving ourselves a month to ensure that that meeting happens. It might take 2 days. The first day might be on in-house issues, and then the second day might just to meet up with the communities and start communicating together. The city, the tribal council, the province, and all of us, just to say we found ourselves, and these are the things that will be coming out, so that we also have an appreciation of what are the issues also from communities. And we said we can't go to communities one-one. We must go together, and for us to go together is for us to iron out the issues first. So it might be a weekend thing. My honorable members are committed, and they will be available as long as you do it before the 8th, and we have given you our weekends. So the administrative team will just tighten up, clarify. I think from the discussions of yesterday and of today, you all have a sense of what we are looking for. But then also this was sparked because of the annual report of the department. So we are following up on issues from the annual report. This is also our focus intervention study. We are intending to also go on your behalf to draw lessons from other provinces. In this case, we've identified the KZN and Limpopo on some of the issues that we identified as legislative issues that we think might need us to look into. The issues that you raised, especially on your challenges, is issues that we have identified as challenges that needs to be resolved and somehow clarified to make sure that you don't have challenges on the ground. So I don't know if honorable members have anything to say. That we agree that this presentation is what will also guide the discussion in the first meeting where we are together before or after we have resolved the issues we identified in the, is it the chiefdom or the kingdom of Ntatekekan? And then we'll deal with other issues. And then, so this requires 2 days. With the experience of this week, we are very strained, but also we didn't do justice to many issues that we wanted to focus on. Mojela, is it agreeable?
Thank you, Chairperson. May I request that the invite for the meeting that we're talking about, the next one wherein we'll come with a signed up position or with a clear mandate that please copy us. And the reason is simple, is because of when you have copied us, much as it is a meeting that requires our principals, if you have copied us on the invite, we are able to seek the necessary mandate from our principals, because all the issues that have been mentioned here, much as they'll be done by us, but it's a document that we'll prepare, take to someone senior up there to sign. Some of them some of them are going to need even our political principals, to an extent that some of them will even need counsel. So that we do all those things. We do not say when that day comes, we say, we were not even aware that, because this matter also needs counsel, and counsel, the next counsel is, because counsel is held once a month. That's all our request, that please copy us so that we are able to understand adequately what is it that is required, and we go through all the relevant procedures in the city to ensure that when that day comes, we have prepared everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there's an administrative issue. Dafita, Jackie, Sipo, Jabu. Yes, make sure that you also have Mujela's number and what do you call them? Secretaries and PAs of all these principals, so that we make sure that there's no information that is lost. And I think Mujela should also form part of your planning processes if the city allows, because he has been working in this sector for quite some time now. Bondabezita, i-right siyekele inje or si-continue ngayo, sitsole pele sikhulume ngayo, or si-agree ukuthi lo mhlahlandlela ongiceda outliner re follow ona ka mokgwa we go fitlhella re kopana before the 8th of March and deal with the issues. I'm trying to speak Sinrebele.
Useduze khulu uyazama ngiyathokoza. No, ngiyacabanga ukuthi let's do justice to this presentation by ensuring that Tshwane has a proper mandate to respond to the issue. So I accept that we can do it at a later date. Thank you.
No, Chairperson, I think everything is in order. The request that is been put on the table, we do agree with the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We all agree. Member Doba?
I agreed, Chair.
Is it safe to come to Hammanskraal? Okay, we'll look into having our second meeting within the area. Our logistics team, I don't know who's the host, it's ourselves. We'll look into whether the logistics allow. The last time we were in Sokulume, we were chased. And we don't want to be chased as a legislature. No, not the last time, but at some point, because the last time I went alone and I was not chased. I was even offered a second husband. But the last time we were together, all of us as a portfolio committee, we were chased because the GPL did not do the right thing on supply chain. But we don't want our work to be stopped, so we'll look into logistics and ensure that we have a meeting properly. It will be in Tshwane, that we can confirm, and we'll look at other avenues of logistics and make sure that whether it's possible to go into Hammanskraal or not. There's security issues in Tshwane. And those who are capable of praying must continue to pray for City of Tshwane. 2 people die every day. 2 people are brutally killed on a daily basis. And when you investigate what is the bone of contention, it's government projects at the center of the killings. We are told, we're not sure. So we need to pray for that and keep City of Tshwane in our prayers. I don't know if there's anything we are leaving, department, that you think needs our attention as the Tribal Council and ourselves.
From the department side, no, we don't have anything, but we're happy to answer any other questions if required. We don't have any other matters that we want to bring to the table, but if there's any other questions, we would be happy to respond to that.
Member Ncube?
Thanks, Chairperson. I think what I noted that is key that they've raised is the question of the preparation for the initiation, the question of monitoring, which at your level must then be facilitated. How then you have to liaise with them in terms of how do they expect that monitoring to happen.
Noted.
Am I right?
Noted.
And politically correct to ask when are the initiation schools? This is one subject that I'm afraid, because I'm very loose, so I can find myself in trouble and be fined.
No, you are right. You can ask any question. Remember, Bomma are also part of the process. The mothers of initiates are also part of the process. So you can definitely proceed.
So we can come and monitor also.
Can we then agree to have a state of readiness report? A comprehensive state of readiness, Jackie. I know the city also is very involved. Department of Health of the city also gives support to this. State of readiness, whether we are ready, and with the experiences of other initiation schools in other provinces, kids dying, are we not going to have young men dying because we have a lot of girl children that will not have husbands at the end of the day, those who would prefer to be married. But also, how do we incorporate other government programs in this, taking an opportunity that here we are focusing only on a boy child. We have a challenge of Nyaope, we have a challenge of many other things. So how do we make sure that we bring also social development into, we've got the challenge of gender-based violence that is perpetrated by, if there's such a word, by males in their majority. And this is an opportunity to grab the attention of a boy child. So how do we make sure that we integrate that? And I think at the level of COGTA and the municipality, they should help you get all these other departments to also come and play a role in ensuring that a boy child is not only empowered on issues of becoming a father and a leader of society, but is also empowered on, it's not cool to take drugs and alcohol, it's not cool to beat up a woman, because perpetrators of gender-based violence are from initiation schools. And initiation schools must start discussing this and debating and empowering young men and boy children on how to deal with psychosocial issues. Because some of them, it's issues from childhood and what they have experienced at home. And if attend to it as Magosi at that level, because I think that's a very good platform. And I think also will also extend to our, what is that forum of yourselves that is copying the women's thing? Our men's forum in the legislature, to also take keen interest on this opportunity availed by yourselves, because this is where we should really, nip some of these challenges that we have. But also important, men, because of democracy, they feel they no longer have a role to play, and you see it in many families. They believe once a woman earns more than him, then therefore he's no longer the head of the family. And as a result, we are faced with a lot of challenges in our society. And I think we should, I know I'm throwing a lot of issues to your program, but I see an opportunity to help us resolve the challenges we are faced with. And I will request that we facilitate that and help you get more relevant people coming, and maybe in your program, schedule some of these activities to ensure that the boy children, and then you tell us, those who don't want to come to the initiation school, how do we make sure that culturally we get them and not force them to go to initiation school, but expose them to the knowledge and education that those who are in the initiation school are getting. I think we are getting to the end of our meeting. Member Ncube?
Just one thing, Honorable Chairperson. There has been a concern from the schools, from Orange Farm, Everton, Smoking. It may not be maybe from your subjects, maybe from your authorities, but there is a complaint that when schoolboys are from the initiation, then they behave badly to the school leadership, principal, teachers, worse with the female educators. So we'll request, and you said you are able also in that coordination to coordinate maybe across the tribes. I don't know, I'm just assuming that even if it is Xhosa, it is not Ndebele's, but that thing must be addressed. Thank you very much.
We're already giving also the PICC a light on what needs to happen. I think, Jabu, are we done with our agenda? Are we done? Are we deferring the minutes to the next meeting, honorable members? Okay, thank you very much to everyone. Re lemoga thata lona bo Ndabe Zitha, and then le bo mme le mo councilora, and our department for really prioritizing this. And I think we are going to be achieving a lot. And thank you very much, honorable members. Safe journey back home. Thank you. Bye-bye. The meeting is closed. Nkanyiso. It's now, you said I must say time. It's now 17:33. The meeting is closed.